Hey, welcome to the Pittsburgh City Paper Podcast. My name's Alex Gordon. I'm joined right now by Charlie Deach and Margaret Welsh. We're here for our live election night coverage. Hello, Margaret. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Alex.
Good evening, Alex.
All right, so if you're watching this on the net, which you probably are, you don't see me, but I'm in the same room.
Alex is like
Alex
is like AI. He's just in the computer system.
Well, I'm like Gary, I guess, as a Stern fan, as you would say. All right, so let's just start. I think Margaret and I had pretty uneventful voting experiences, but Charlie, you had a little bit of something. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I had. I vote. I guess some would call it the Boondocks. Not really the Boondocks, but I actually live in a pretty heavily Trump district in a pretty heavily Democratic county, which I don't know where the Democrats live, but. And I showed up to vote, and it was a line. I probably waited in line about 40 minutes or so. And as I was waiting in line, a woman came out who was married to one of the gentlemen behind me, and she said, "You better get your ID. They're making people leave to get their IDs." And so, I immediately turned around and said, "You don't need your ID." And so he said, "No, I didn't think I did." And so we go in, and sure enough, it's weird. Like, they had it divided up. A to L and M to Z, as probably a lot of places had the names divided up. And the lady at A to L, where I was fine, but the woman at M to Z was asking everyone for their ID. And so she asked this guy, not the guy that I originally talked to, but a guy in front of him, if she had, do you have your ID? And he said, "Well, I don't think I need it." And she said, "Well, you," and I said, "He doesn't need his ID." And then the woman who was maybe the election judge off to the side said, "We know how to do our job, sir."
Wait, so what's the story behind that? Is that voter suppression from the people working the poll? Yeah,
I mean, they're 117 apiece, these ladies, and so I'm sure that it is. I have been asked if I would show my ID in the past at this polling place, but specifically because they said, "Look, it's just easier for us to read than to," and that's fine. But they didn't. They weren't saying that. They had sent people away to get their licenses. I mean, if it's a convenience for you, you would say that, and you certainly wouldn't. If you'd say, "Well, don't worry about it. How do you spell that?" But they were sending people away to get their license. So, when I'm in that situation, you just think, like, are they really in this? Is this the polling place where we're going to turn this election, where we're going to steal this election? That they have to try and send away voters. And again, probably most of the voters were likely Trump voters anyway. Yeah.
Well, Margaret sent that awesome article to both of us, Gizmodo.
Yes.
That was talking about Trump voters not knowing.
Right.
They thought that just being a citizen of America. One guy said, "I've lived in this hellhole of a country for 20 years," not knowing that you had to register to vote.
Right.
So, yeah, that's something. I really like that story for some reason.
It was very good.
And I'll say this: I'm sure that those people at the election polls put up with so much shit during a long day for like $60 or $40 or something. It's not a lot of money. And
where does that money come from?
I think the county comes from the county.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if they get grants or something, but I think it just comes from the county. So, so the county board of elections for whichever county you're voting in pays for that.
All right.
Margaret. I was just going to say that I've always had almost always had very positive experiences voting. One lady laughed at me in a mean way once when she was like, "Well, when's the last time you voted?" And at that point, I think I'd skipped a few local elections, and she scoffed.
Good for her, because you got to keep people like you on your toes. Or
shaming is the way to
screw the system.
And Margaret, nothing eventful for you?
Oh, well, I had to fill out a sheet to change my address because I had to go to my old polling place because of a mix-up of sorts. Okay. But they were very nice about it, and I thanked the gentleman profusely.
Cool.
So.
That's one of the biggest changes I've seen since the 2000 election when I was working in newsrooms is that is what it was. It was the Motor Voter Registration Act, because that was one of the issues in 2000 is people were showing up to vote and they weren't allowed to vote, and then judges had to step in and say, give them a ballot, and then we'll figure it all out later. And so the Motor Voter Act has really streamlined the process, and those provisional ballots go somewhere and they're not counted unless they're needed, I think, but they're not, or until a later date. They're all counted eventually, but they're not counted immediately, I think, unless they're...
Well, speaking of the 2000 election, another controversy with that was that hanging Chad thing.
Yes.
Right? So there were like little hole punchers
Yeah.
that didn't fully punch and they wouldn't register.
Right.
And that kind of, I mean, obviously it was 16 years ago, but there's something about that, like, really? Like, this decision can be upended by something,
Yeah.
like, literally a tiny little piece of paper that doesn't come off from a hole punch. And we're 16 years later and we're still having this, like, it's different in different places. There's all this
Right.
different technology. Don't you think at some point soon we should make this digital in some way
Go
or
to a
something like
national
that?
system or
Or
something.
something that's unified across the board.
Voting with a hashtag.
That would
You know,
turn
did
out some
you-
high
Yeah.
turnout.
Did
yeah.
you see there was that it was like a thing going around on the internet that was like Democratic voters, you can vote with a hashtag, but it's like I don't think anyone who would fall for that would even know what a hashtag was.
Very true.
So
Yeah. Well, then I guess the people that go against like moving towards a digital system would worry that it'd be too easy to fuck with.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. This seems pretty easy to fuck with too.
Yeah, I would. I mean, you mean the current
Yeah.
electronic system? I guess if you
I
knew
don't
how to
think-
fuck with it, I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody off the street
but
could fuck
fucking
with
with it isn't really a big problem.
I guess what
Right?
I meant more was just like the inconsistency
Mm-hmm.
of just like that there's not one thing that we all know
Right.
how to do and that it's different in different states, stuff like that.
it. We did hear from Allegheny County today that I'm also watching. Election results as they come in. So if I get distracted, that's what I'm doing. We did get a press release today from Allegheny County that some voting machines were switching votes. For example, if you would put in whomever, if they would put in Clinton, it would switch it to Trump. Now, of course, people notice that right away when they go to close it out. And it's just that the machines needed to be recalibrated when they were in process. They got a little screwed up or whatever. But, there are things that can happen. I mean, you can't just go in and just press a button and expect it to work perfectly. So you have to still be diligent and look at what you're doing. So.
Yeah. All right, so can we get an update, Charlie?
Yes, so far, CNN projection has Donald Trump winning Kentucky and in Indiana and Clinton winning Vermont. And that's an electoral count of 19-3 favored Trump here early on. And then the next round of polls will close at 7:30. Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia. And I don't know what happened if I know they were trying to get in at least one North Carolina county. They were trying to get an extension of the voting time because of some heavy glitches with the voting equipment. So
Cool. All right, so real quick, let's go to Stephen Caruso, our intern. He interviewed a few people today on the Pitt campus after voting. Let's go to that now.
What's your name?
Bobby Clayton.
So when you went in there, was your mind made up?
Yeah.
How long has it been made up for?
A couple months.
Okay. Do you mind sharing who you voted for? You don't have to.
Donald Trump.
Okay. And why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because I like his policies. I agree with the Republican Party.
What do you think he has a good shot of winning?
Yeah.
So what's your name?
James,
You're a Pitt student?
I am.
How important do you think this election is?
I mean, it's absolutely important just because of its total shift in the attitude of everyone towards voting cycle, towards foreign policy, and towards social policy, especially because the main candidates' approaches are solely focusing on things like gaining popular vote through being radically either end, right?
Yeah.
This is one of the most radical distinctions between two candidates, both socially and economically.
Yeah.
Although socially has definitely prevailed in this election, people haven't talked much about economic or foreign policy as much as they have in recent elections because it's mostly been about the personality of the candidates and how that's going to affect social changes.
So you care a lot about issues when you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Do you mind sharing who you voted for?
I haven't voted yet, actually. I'm about to go to the poll. I went to the wrong polling station, but yeah.
Oh, well, that happens. And then have you considered third party? Do you mind?
I have, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I think Gary Johnson's actually a pretty decent candidate, and I really wish people would break out a two-party system. I've never been much of a fan of two-party system myself, and the Libertarian Party offered a pretty decent candidate this year, and I hope next year people consider it.
Okay. And do you think you're going to vote for Gary Johnson?
You
You don't have to share who you're going to vote for. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'd rather not share.
What are your names?
Megan.
I'm Elizabeth.
Are you guys students?
Yes.
Okay. So have you voted before?
Yeah, in the primary.
But you haven't voted in a general election before?
No.
Okay. Were you guys excited for today?
Yeah. Nervous.
Nervous? Why?
Yeah. I don't really like the way things are looking around here.
Around the country?
Campus.
Oh, a campus. What's bothering you?
Too many Hillary tables, in
You're-
my personal opinion.
Okay. So you're a Donald Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I think he's the lesser of two evils, which is awful to say, but that's kind of where I think everyone's at right now.
What makes Hillary like the worst of the evils?
I mean, she's a literal criminal. I think it's like the email thing, like putting our national security at risk.
Okay.
And it comes down to that, or just like being offended by what someone said.
Yeah, my view is I'd rather vote a crude rather a criminal.
Okay. And then, do you find it hard to have the beliefs as, I mean, you're kind of like the anti-Trump demographic, young college student woman.
Yeah.
It's very hard.
I'm getting very sick of people telling me that I'm anti-feminist, racist, sexist, bigot just because I voted for Trump. I think that's kind of like a stereotype. It's a generalization. You can't group a whole group of people together just based off of who they voted for. Just because someone voted for Trump and they're racist or sexist doesn't mean that we're racist or sexist, you know?
Okay. And then most important question, do you have to wait to vote?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I had no wait.
Oh, all right. Well, I was just going to say, you know, if you had to compare it to waiting for a vote or waiting for free tacos.
Oh, this was a lot longer line.
Yeah. All right.
The tacos.
Thanks a lot, guys. What's your name?
Trace.
Are you a Pitt student?
Yes.
Okay, so you said you submitted an absentee ballot?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Akron, Ohio.
Okay, so then, and you're a Clinton Kane supporter? I can tell
Yes,
from
I
the
am,
sticker.
yes.
Why do you support Clinton?
Well, she supports like 90 to 95% of like what I stand for, like her policy-wise, and has so much experience. It's crazy, and that's like the two main reasons.
So, how was voting for you?
My experience was great, in terms of the operations. There was a line, but it was moving quickly and smoothly. Kind of personally, it was emotional. I went with my wife and my young child, and to cast a vote for our first woman president with my wife and a son who will hopefully grow up knowing that anyone can do anything in this country, it was powerful. It was a special moment for me.
Mm-hmm. And then, were you just hanging out with the college Democrats here?
Yeah, I'm trying to hit every precinct in my district, make sure things are going smoothly, encouraging people to stay in line and vote, and just to thank them for voting. I know people are missing work, missing class to cast a vote. It's that important, though. So just providing them that thanks, I think, is something I can do today.
Okay, and then how do you think the results are going to be at the end of the day?
I think we're going to see close to record turnout, if not record turnout, not just in the city and Allegheny County, but it sounds like across the state. I feel confident that Clinton wins Pennsylvania, but I think it will be late before we make that call.
Okay.
I see high turnout in states that are also very heavy Trump, so I think it'll be a while before we know.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks to Stephen Caruso. All right, anything jump out to you about those folks you spoke to?
Go ahead.
Oh, I can understand why someone would rather have a crude than a criminal.
Crude.
But Donald Trump has his own potential criminal.
That's the thing. They said she's a literal criminal. No, her husband was
Yeah.
a literal adulterer. And there have been allegations, obviously, but Donald Trump is the only one, that, as far as we can see, that has admitted to anything that would be prosecutable in a court of law, which is sexual assault. So you can say, well, just because someone else who votes for him happens to be a racist or a sexist, that doesn't make me a racist. Well, no, but the fact that maybe that you're voting for a racist and a sexist might be the reason people are questioning your stance on those issues.
And it's interesting to hear that kind of thing, because I mean, people on both sides kind of fall into it, but the obviously repeating the talking points that they've heard that they don't really have any deep understanding of. And everyone here knows I'm not a huge Hillary fan, but I can't help but laugh at how ridiculous that kind of.
Well, I mean, it sounds like they're out on their own. It's their first sort of election experience, and it does take a while to sort of break that, depending on what kind of kid you were, I guess. It takes a while, and what kind of household you grew up in. It takes a while to break out of that sort of whatever mind shit your parents have put on you for years. I mean, we've talked about this before. My parents were super conservative, and my dad was a minister. They believed in. I mean, again, I've said this before too. Even though neither of them would admit it, I'm fairly certain that they're both racist. Well, my dad was racist, I guess. But it's one of those sort of, I'm not racist, I have a black friend kind of thing.
Right,
There's
yeah.
just the uninformed sort of. And unfortunately, I think when you're young like that, it just takes you a while to sort of figure out your own worldview. And they will, I think, and it maybe they stick where they're comfortable, where they grew up.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk to you guys about the sort of culture that you grew up politically in. But I was listening to those two girls and like the way that they're so emboldened by being in the minority on a liberal campus like Pitt's. I come from a pretty liberal area outside New York City, and I remember in 2004 there was this kid who ended up going to UVM and starting a record label. So he didn't exactly stay there, but in 2004 he put on this Bush Cheney sticker on his VW Bug, and it was like everybody knew about it, and it was like that's his form of rebellion.
Right.
Was it one of those new bugs?
Yeah, it was. It was not an old one.
Well,
Yeah.
that's good.
But it's just like, there's a lot of that, the more that people disagree with a certain line of thinking, the more the people who believe it feel vindicated. Because that's just kind of, a lot of the American heroes were rebels in that way, saying things that general populace was against, whether, whatever it could be, Lincoln, Washington, Martin Luther King.
Right.
But, two of those are criminals, right?
Yeah.
And so it's just like when that's like the history lesson and that's so baked into the way we think about things, like I said, it makes people vindicated by people disagreeing with them.
Yeah, and I think that part of what bothers me about hearing, or that at least makes me roll my eyes very hard about
Very judgmentally.
yes, about those girls is that, I can relate to them in some way because I feel like, I've definitely thought some stupid things in the past. And like you say, felt emboldened by being kind of at odds with what other people were saying. So it's a little bit, it's tapping into some embarrassing feelings.
Yeah. And so what was it like for you growing up? What was your family and
my
community
family
like?
was pretty conservative because they were, evangelical. But it was always in a way that that was pretty, even looking back, was pretty reasonable. Like I don't feel like my parents are as hardline conservative as they used to be, but I still have conversations with my dad, and I get really upset because he always has really good points that are hard for me to argue with.
Do you talk about it openly?
Yeah, somewhat, and I think we get along. It's less fraught than it used to be, because I think in a lot of ways, I think my dad is coming out on the other side of I don't know. Like, I think he probably would have been a Bernie Sanders supporter, and if that had happened.
Oh, okay.
And
can I ask you are they registered?
Yes.
One way?
Yeah.
Okay.
My dad's been registered independent for a really long time. I think my mom might be Republican. I hope they're not listening to this. They'll be embarrassed that I'm talking about them.
Parents don't know how to work computers.
That's true. If you're listening to this, Mom and Dad, text me.
We'll keep you updated.
Everything can be explained.
Yes, I'll keep my language tidy.
Nice. So what was the first election that you voted in, Margaret?
It was the first Obama win. I was old enough to vote for Bush. Now my brain is not working. Bush Kerry. But I was in Italy studying abroad, and
cool.
I was filling out the absentee ballot was a big hassle.
Yeah, that's crazy because you lost by one. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Margaret.
Thanks,
I
Margaret.
know.
What about you, Charlie? What was
It was the senior Bush, and Bill Clinton was my first presidential election. I don't know if I probably voted in a municipal election or something like that before that, but the first one I really remember casting a vote was...
And were you all aboard the Clinton train?
Yeah, no, I was. And I loved Ross Perot, not for any policies, but just because he was just a fucking pip. He was he was so great.
It was a good, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
character.
Yeah, it really was. It was a good character and but the race really, when you look at it, the race it was one of those great, just opposite end of the spectrum type people, much like the race we have tonight.
Right.
Yeah, so it's my presidential voting record goes Clinton, Gore, Kerry, Obama. And then I don't want to say who I voted for today.
Okay.
It was Clinton. Go to my Twitter and you can find out exactly
Gary.
who it was. It was Gary.
What was it? Feel the Johnson?
Big Johnson.
Feel the Johnson.
Yeah.
Ride the Johnson. Feel the Johnson.
So Charlie, can you talk about can you just talk a little bit about the differences between Bush Sr. and Clinton as it was in that election in personality?
Yeah, first I want to say that we have been running all day, and we are currently running right now on pgacitypaper.com, our live blog, and we just put a new post up from Rebecca Addison, who's and we have reporters out at various events tonight, campaign events, so we'll be hearing from them throughout the evening as well. Boy, it was a long time ago. I mean, I just remember it like Bill Clinton I was 19 maybe or something like that, maybe 20, but somewhere in there, probably just 20. And he was just so different from any politician I had seen. And I got to be honest, I wasn't a huge favorite. I didn't love many Democrats before Bill Clinton. And again, I wasn't a voting age, so it wasn't like I was out there like looking at issues and stuff. But when you have Michael Dukakis, I remember, of course, Jimmy Carter. There had to be another one in there somewhere. I don't know who voted. Who was the second? The second Reagan was Dukakis. Oh yeah, so no, I think that's it. Yeah, so but I didn't really feel like I had Democrats that I could, that I really thought were. But Bill Clinton just had something. It was this magnetism that I think we all know is legendary. And,
so it's personality over politics.
Yeah, well, yeah, and from what I remember, obviously, what I remember caring about. I mean, it was certainly he was on the right track with a lot of the social issues, but I would probably not find out till later when I really got into becoming a reporter, because I was in college at that time.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton was one of our worst presidents on immigration. Immigration is a huge issue for me, and I ended up covering a story years later about the definite detention of undocumented immigrants. And through doing that research, I found that that was because of policies put in place by Bill Clinton, who I agree with a lot of what he did, but he obviously was nowhere near me philosophically when it came to immigration. So I've always tried to from then on, I've really tried to match up as close as I can, policy wise with the candidate I vote for. And, these days, the last few elections, it's been pretty easy because the other side hasn't offered anything that I would even consider voting for.
Right.
So.
All right. So you want to let us know what Becca was writing about?
Just sort of she's writing about just the fact that we're winding down, the polls are getting ready to close. And she talked to some folks who were some first-time voters, and she talked to a woman named Kim Hamby, and she said, "I just hope and pray Hillary wins. We need her in there, not Trump. I'm scared." And I think that goes for the attitude of a lot of people have, that they're actually worried about what would happen if Trump gets into office. And I think I am too, for and it's weird to say because I thought the second term of George Bush I thought was going to be, and it was a disaster. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't like earth-ending disaster.
Well,
unless you were in Iraqi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. You obviously
I think that people, something I've really hated about this election is the nostalgia for the George W. Bush presidency. For example, the viral photo of Bush and Michelle Obama hugging.
Yeah.
This picture is so important. And it's like, no, Bush is a monster. And, there's a lot of reasons that we should keep that in mind and, keep a little bit of perspective about that. And also, Hillary commercials having quotes from Reagan and I get that it's, a strategy to try to court Republicans, but it's also, pretty worrisome to see, these politicians acting like, oh, well, you know what, actually Reagan was really great. And, and Democrats, being nostalgic for Reagan, which, all my life, the understanding is that you're not supposed to like Reagan. Yeah. So, aside from whatever message was coming from my family. But I don't think they were even that into Reagan.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely that's coming from a different time, because growing up, like, Ronald Reagan was the shiz, as the young kids say today, and Reagan was huge. I actually remember the day that Reagan was shot. My dad came to pick me up at school, and people were outside. We're talking, obviously, the president had been shot, and I remember crying. I don't think it was because it was right. Obviously, it wasn't because it was Ronald Reagan. It was because it was the president of the United States.
Yeah.
And for some reason, that affected me. But then again, at age 10, I'm not really like looking at policies or however old I was, and so later, of course, find out that Reagan was not the savior that everyone kind of made him out to be at the time. And it's always easy to talk nostalgic about somebody whose time's already passed, and B, isn't around anymore. I mean, it's easy to talk about the nostalgia of the good old days of Ronald Reagan, but I don't think that his policies are anything that put us in a decent situation today.
Yeah. Well, all right. So I want to go back to something Margaret said that we've talked about a lot with this election cycle, and it has to do with media coverage, but more like sites like Mashable and stuff like that aren't necessarily objective, and this sort of blind cheerleading and presumption of agreement. So, like, with that photo of Bush and Michelle Obama, just like, that's so much yes. Like, this is inspirational. Like,
This is everything.
Yeah, this is everything. This will renew your faith in humanity. And it just feels, and I know that you've had an issue with it, especially with, like, Jon Stewart. Sorry to put you on blast like that, but that sort of just feedback loop of just like, yeah, aren't we so right?
Mm-hmm. Although it's John Oliver this election season, who's always annihilating.
Yeah. Well, we've also
Trump has been annihilated.
Yeah. He doesn't
so
seem
many
annihilated.
Times. No, he didn't. He didn't.
Here.
No one told him he was annihilated.
He wasn't decimated either. Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't accept decimation, does that mean you're not decimated?
Do you like John Oliver, Charlie? Do you watch him?
I don't watch him regularly. I to be honest, I don't watch a ton of like hip and now sort of. I know.
Shiz.
I know. I said shiz.
Be hipper than that.
I said shiz, but I still watch Meet the Press and but I mean I watch clips of these guys all the time, and I sort of get the highlights or whatever. And I think that they're getting the message out to millennials. I mean, just like when Jon Stewart, when the Daily Show just first, sort of came around. But it got I know Margaret's ready to throw up, but he got a lot of people engaged who maybe wouldn't ordinarily be engaged. Now, maybe you could say that's for better or for worse that happened. That maybe some people shouldn't be engaged, as this election is telling us baskets of deplorables and what have not. So
I love what have not, by the way. You said it yesterday. It's
Did
awesome.
I?
Yeah.
The what haves and the what have nots.
The what haves and the what have nots. I don't know if I got that from Mike Tomlin. I don't know.
Well, Charlie, as an op-ed writer almost every single week in Pittsburgh Left, you've obviously covered the election a lot this year. What was it like trying to be sort of? I guess you don't have to be bipartisan, but sort of having to weigh both sides. And a lot of the time, you came out saying, "Well, no, there's not any equivocating here. Well, he's fucking wrong."
Yeah, well, that's the thing is it was very easy to weigh, and I don't back somebody or I don't form an opinion just based on. Well, that's not true. Well, not just based simply on their politics, let's say, but I do take into account what the other person is doing. I mean, like Margaret, I'm not totally, I was a Joe Biden guy. That's who I wanted in this race.
Another white man, of course.
You can't keep us down forever, Margaret.
Or at all. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God, we could, 16 years without a white male president. Come on. I mean, what's going to happen to my kind? But, this was so easy. I mean, it was. The thing about alt weeklies that some people don't necessarily, everybody obviously thinks, we come from the left, we're left leaning.
Yeah.
There was a time in alt weeklies. There was a time when I actually wasn't in alt weeklies. There was probably about a 3 or 4 year span where I was working at a daily and then working as a freelance writer. And I was actually working as a freelance writer for the Association of Alternative News Weeklies. And so I would cover a lot of like alt weekly sort of issues and so forth. And one of the things was in 2004, I wrote a piece about, the editor told me, find out what alt weeklies are doing to make sure George Bush doesn't get reelected.
Yeah.
And so I posed this on a couple of emails and sent it out. There was like a listserv that now I serve on, and I send it out, and these guys wrote back to me so pissed off. It's like, this is the problem, why people think alt weeklies are unfair and, not down the middle. We can't have things like this. We have to change the way that we think. I'm like, well, what? This is how we fucking think. I mean, this is always,
Yeah.
And I wasn't, I'd worked at an alt weekly before that. So, and coming from dailies into alt weeklies, I know the difference. And so, I think you're seeing in the last probably 5 or 6 years, you're seeing a trend that's changing, and alt weekly just sort of coming back to this. We are who we are, and we're not going to apologize for that. And it's not about who we are; it's about we present all sides of an issue, but maybe both. But one side may be complete fucking horseshit, and to not call that out is ridiculous. And I think that you saw dailies this election cycle, New York Times, and a lot of dailies just say, I can't fucking spend my time, trying to fact check, is goddamn Joe Paterno still alive? You know what? He's not, And so we're not just talking about like little white lies and bending of the truth. Donald Trump was pulling shit out of midair and just spewing it out. And it's just, it was easy. And it was easy just to go completely to one side. And it's the side also that I'm voting. And,
right.
I said that officially today, like nobody knew, but it's to pretend that there are two viable candidates in this race it's just nonsense. It's just a lot of fucking nonsense. To pretend that Donald Trump or that Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. Well, let's say this: that the student who said Donald Trump is the lesser of two evils.
Yeah,
you don't even have that scale. That scale doesn't exist in this election. Easy, Margaret. Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is politically evil. I think. I'll allow, that she's, she's evil. I'll allow it. I should have brought my gavel. She's evil. She's evil in a, she's a politician. She's a slimy, smarmy politician. And that's a lot different from being a con man, a
rapist,
accused rapist, right. A swindler, a liar. That's just completely different. And somehow there's been enough quote unquote fair and balanced coverage that allowed Donald Trump to survive, this but it gives the uninformed voter and hillbillies and hilljacks something to cling on to, and that's who that he's going for the hilljack vote with all of this talk, and it's
Charlie. I'm getting a text right now that says I need to shut you down.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't really think I need to. You can continue, but that's what the viewers.
Want me to shut it down.
They want me to shut you down.
Engagement.
Go ahead. Engage me. I like to know.
No,
was that my mom who wrote in?
Yeah, Trump's really the guy. That was your mom. Your
was it?
Message.
Well, you talk about responding to personality versus policy.
Oh, Hillary is evil is what I'm supposed to say.
Oh, Hillary is evil?
Nice. Do you want to say it again?
Hillary is evil.
But is she Donald Trump evil? Anonymous texter to Margaret?
Just, I think that this anonymous texter is being funny, but,
yes.
Wait, Hillary, that's what that's like the right, nickname regarding Benghazi, right?
Yes.
Yeah. The
first attack on any U.S. embassy, Benghazi.
Yeah.
On foreign soil.
Well, I was going to ask, so do you think that it's always been this much just about personality? Because in 2008, it seemed very clear that one guy was just so charismatic, but then you also talked about 1992, and that sort of, comparison between those two guys, and then I guess you go back to like 1960 with like Kennedy and Nixon. Is this just like what it's going to be like as long as we have TV and the internet, as long as there's a media at the size that it's at now? Is it always just going to be responding to how they look, how they carry themselves? If we want to have a beer with them, which is fucking ridiculous, but still.
I think that's Hillary Clinton just took the lead in Florida, by the way, by a slight margin.
Yeah, do you have any other updates?
I just want to say it's stressful. I know that this is early, but looking at this map where there's three red circles and one blue circle, I'm not worried but somehow looking at that is making me stressed.
I'm glad I'm not looking at it.
Are you?
I'm not looking at it.
I've spent like I said, I spent the last like 20 or 30 years just like watching this crap. And yes, I'm old enough to have, despite my youthful look, I am old enough. And my Captain America T-shirt.
The youth. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, right now the official count so far, and again, a lot of this is based on exit polls from CNN, which were so reliable in 2000. Although that election also changed the way we get to see election, or we get election results nowadays. So I'm sure they're sitting on exit polls that they've already projected a winner, but because of 2000, when they had to call about 20,000 of those back, we don't get the results as fast as we used to. But
yeah.
Oh, what a shitty night that was, huh?
Yes. That was a shitty night, Margaret. How old were you guys? 10, 11?
13.
You were 13?
I think I don't know. I was probably 16, 17.
39. Oh, no, that's a lie. 30, sorry. 30.
Like, wait.
The math isn't adding up here.
92.
The math isn't adding up here, just like in 2000.
All right. So obviously Pennsylvania is big. Charlie, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the Senate races and how they might relate to the presidential election?
Well, the big Senate race, our Senate race, there's probably, I'm sure a lot of other states have races as competitive as ours has been, but Pennsylvania is key because, Pat Toomey in office, that's a seat that I think the Republicans, up until the last maybe year or two, was counting on as a lock for them to get reelected. But Katie McGinty has made a real race out of it, and she's as of I think late last week, she was like a 11 or 12 point favorite, I think. So,
and what do you think? What can you attribute that to?
It's just some of the most ridiculous. I mean, again, not that I'm a Pat Toomey supporter, but a lot of people want to know if Pat Toomey was supporting Donald Trump or not, and for some people, that's an important issue. And that was being up on national shows. I think Jimmy Kimmel, I think that they had a whole segment on Pat Toomey dodging the question of whether he was voting for Donald Trump. By the way, at 6:45 or 7:45 tonight, he was supposed to announce who he was voting for.
Wow.
When he voted, yeah.
With 15 minutes left.
Right, with 15 minutes, right, yeah, 15 minutes left to vote. So
wait, so did he? That was 8 minutes ago.
I will check that. Margaret, what do you think?
I don't know.
Fascinating.
But yeah, that's the big Senate race that we'll be watching, and we'll get some updates on that too. This is our first live broadcast without Lynn in the chair. So
that's true. Yeah.
Lynn's an old hat at this, but she turned me down because she was resting this evening, resting comfortably, I hope.
Yes. I hope she's listening.
I hope she is too, but
yeah, we're drinking beer and eating pizza in the studio, Lynn.
We'll leave
Take
you
that.
some. Don't spill anything on my chair. Now, listen, here's the thing you have to know about Donald Trump. He's just an asshole.
I wish that she would call in.
Yeah, we can maybe see if
that would be the least that she could do.
Yeah.
Come on.
We'll check in with her maybe in like an hour.
She may be in no condition.
Right.
Yeah. No offense, Lynn.
That'll make it even better.
Yeah. And Charlie, that PA election, isn't it the most expensive, like most money spent? The
most money spent, the most outside money, meaning money not coming directly from either campaign, spent in any Senate race, any congressional race this year was spent in the Pat Toomey, Katie McGinty race, and not just from the Republican side, but the Democratic side too. And really, what's kind of remarkable about Katie McGinty is, 10 months ago, 11 months ago, she didn't have a campaign. This was a one-man race with Joe Sestak,
right,
who a lot of people know that I think he's a progressive candidate.
He's the guy who walked.
He's the guy who walked across Pennsylvania, from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, and I think he did it twice. I don't think he got enough press, so he did it again. It took a different route, I assume. But the Democratic Party officials didn't think that Joe Sestak could beat Pat Toomey without their help. And Joe Sestak turned them down. He didn't want their help because after he beat Arlen Specter in the Democratic primary 6 years ago, he chucked his he decided to let the party take control of his race, and he lost. So he decided that wasn't going to happen again. And these are all sources that told me this. I don't want to attribute anything to Joe Sestak directly, but it's pretty good information. And so they looked for anybody and their brother who wanted to run for U.S. Senate. They asked folks like Rich Fitzgerald, our Allegheny County chief executive, the mayor of Altoona, I think, before he was put under, I think it was under investigation. I don't know about an indictment, but certainly investigation. And then they went to Katie McGinty, who was serving as chief of staff for Governor Tom Wolf, and she stepped in and she built a kind of a campaign out of nothing. Well, not nothing. She had the Democratic Party support behind her, and so she kind of steamrolled. But it's really kind of amazing when you think the fact that as much as our election cycle has been extended over the past several years, where we start running for office 18 months, 2 years out, she really put it together in pretty quick fashion. And I think one of the big things she has going for her is she's not Pat Toomey, and so I don't
There's
think
a lot of that going on.
Yeah, I don't think that this is a Democratic wave like we had the Republican wave in 2010, but
right.
I think that Trump is hurting down ballot candidates, and there's only so much they can do about that.
Related to that, I really like where it says exit polls. Voters don't like either candidate. It's like, oh wow, newsflash.
We have the Onion up for those that don't know.
All right, well, just to go back, you mentioned Trump talking about Joe Paterno. We actually have tape from that rally. I'm going to play it now.
It's true.
Like if he has to.
If he has to.
Get your hands dirty.
Some people have taken advantage of Mr. Trump's hospitality by choosing to disrupt his rallies by using them as an opportunity to promote their own political messages. While they certainly have the right to free speech, this is a private event paid for by Mr. Trump. If a protester starts demonstrating in the area around you, please do not touch or harm the protester. This is a peaceful rally. In order to notify the law enforcement officers of the location of the protester, please hold a rally sign over your head and start chanting, "Trump, Trump, Trump." Ask the people around you to do likewise until the officer removes the protester. Thank you for helping us make America great again.
How crazy is that voice?
Bum, bum.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Y'all ready for this?
They play the whole song.
I might have cut this down a little if I was the editor on this one.
It's necessary for the ambiance.
It is, yeah.
Thank you, Pittsburgh.
Oh, he was like walking around, waving.
So cool, so relevant.
Thank you very much. Wow, a great crowd, huh?
So, is that a protester or is that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So nice. So nice. We are going to bring back your coal industry and your steel industry. We're bringing it back.
Industry.
Remember that.
Coal industry.
We're bringing it back, folks. So I know Pittsburgh, have a lot of friends. Big Ben is a friend of mine. Big Ben. Do we love Big
Perfect.
Ben?
He's like, no.
I know a lot about Pennsylvania, and it's great. How's Joe Paterno? We going to bring that back? How about that whole How about that whole deal?
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to listen to.
And we do love Penn State. Do we love Penn State? I mean, in all fairness.
Come on.
We love Penn State. But
The
we
verbal
love
filler
Pittsburgh,
he
right?
uses.
This is before he refined his shtick.
It's Steel City. And when I'm president, guess what? Steel is coming back to Pittsburgh, and a lot of other things are coming back. So
Like what?
that's the way it is. He says build the wall. You're right. We're going to build the wall. Don't worry about it. We're going to build the wall.
All right, yeah. It just goes on like that for a while.
What is your favorite idiotic Trumpism from the election?
I don't. There's something about the putting of an insult descriptor before somebody's name. That whole thing I just thought was awesome. And I told you my favorite was low energy Jeb, because that one
is
really cut
good.
through.
Yeah.
There's a great Onion headline, and it's like 3 a.m. in the morning. Jeb mutters to himself, "Low energy Jeb." What about you?
The one that there's a couple there. There's a lot of really good ones. I think probably my favorite is when he was speaking at Liberty University, and he said he read from 2 Corinthians, and it's hard to tell if he was trolling the evangelical right with that. It's sort of in the same spirit of I could shoot someone.
Yeah.
And whatever. But and the other one, of course, is the smiley cookie, the recent smiley cookie one.
Yeah,
that one's just delightful.
In Pittsburgh, yeah, he did not fare too well. Let's hope.
But he didn't. My favorite was John Kasich here in Pittsburgh when he went. And he had that total disaster of a campaign stunt at the original Oyster House. When he tried to, people were asking. He couldn't believe. He was shocked. The reporters are asking him a question, despite the fact that they press released the goddamn event. And when they said, what do you think about? Well, I forget what the question was, but he goes, "Hey, I'm just trying to have a fish sandwich, bro."
Did he say bro?
He did, yeah, fish sandwich, bro.
That guy.
I bet he looked at one of his advisors and he was like, "Did it go well? How did that sound?"
No, he was like, "Wait, what are you doing here? I'm your advisor."
Oh man.
And that was also the event where he asked the server there if she was married, and she said no. And then he said, "Are you a single mother?" And she said no. Do you have all these ridiculous questions?
Didn't he follow up by saying something about how it's really hard to be a single mother?
Yeah, it's really hard to be a single mother. And then he said, "Right, do you have kids?" And she said no.
She's like, "I have no idea if that's true."
Yeah, I can't vouch for that.
That was great.
What a guy. All right, so actually, I pulled up all of the former nominees to see how many you guys could name. Are you comfortable with doing that? I don't want to put you on the spot.
Oh, I feel like...
Name them?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's give it a try.
All right.
Okay, so from the very beginning?
Yeah, so I have...
Oh, wait, what do you mean?
I have 17 names right here for the Republicans.
Okay, for the candidates?
Yeah.
The candidates for the nomination?
Yes, candidates for the nomination. Thank you.
Yeah, give it a shot.
All right.
Did Rick Santorum... Was he at the beginning?
Yes,
he's there.
Chris Christie.
Yeah.
The lady.
Yeah.
Carly Fiorina.
Ted Cruz is a VP.
Yes, Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz.
All right, he named a VP. I forgot about that.
That was his last ditch effort.
Jeb.
Low energy Jeb.
Marco Rubio.
Correct.
Thirsty Marco Rubio.
Yes.
Little Marco.
Little Marco.
Little Marco Pequeño.
Ben Carson.
Yeah.
Ben Carson. Only one. Was Rick Perry in at some point?
He was.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a good one. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I want them to remember me by.
We already got Kasich. We'll just say that you got
Kasich.
that.
Yeah.
I actually already forgot about it.
Yeah, we'd moved on from Kasich.
There's a New York governor.
Oh, Pataki.
Yeah.
Oh, was Rudy in it? No, Rudy didn't. Rudy Giuliani? No.
Maybe next year. Next
God.
cycle.
there's my least favorite politician of all time, Mike Huckabee.
Mike Huckabee, the Huck.
Yeah.
Or the Bee.
There's
It all
something
depends.
about Huckabee that makes me feel so profoundly terrible. Like,
Yeah.
I can't even hate him in the pure way that I hate, like, I don't know, Rick Santorum.
Right.
Because there's something a little almost like too human, and like I think in the past he came off as sort of like a sweet man.
Oh, yeah.
and
That's his
he's
whole
just
vibe.
become so despicable.
He wrote that book. I forget what it's called, but it's called like Guns, Grits, and God or something like that. And
Grits?
it's about
Grits.
I think grits are in there. It's about like how the southern states and Midwestern states are real America. And he talks about like Beyonce values of the big cities. And it's just, Jesus, it's infuriating. He has this interview with Jon Stewart that I was seething through the entire thing.
And then
'cause
he
kept just
lost
being
the
like,
support of all the single ladies, and that was a problem.
Not that he cares about single
Right.
ladies.
No. But if they're...
He's no John Kasich.
Yeah. You poor
Are you
single
married?
ladies.
Would you like to be? There's a guy named Gilmore who I honestly don't know who that is.
Yeah, there were people
Gary?
I had no idea.
Let's call him Gary Gilmore.
I was in Gary Gilmore.
All right. There was Lindsey Graham,
Oh, I totally forgot about these people.
from Louisiana. Remember him?
Bobby Jindal.
Oh, Bobby Jindal.
Bobby J.
I remember that because you accused me of being in love with him.
Yes.
Earlier.
Yes.
I don't know why.
I don't want to give his first name is Rand.
Or Rand Paul.
I don't want to give it away, but his first name is Rand.
I call him Rizzy Pizzy, as the kids say.
I think then you only have one more.
There's so many.
I mean, one more Republican, and he's an epic douchebag.
Narrow it down a little more.
Wisconsin.
Oh, Scott
Oh, Paul
Walker.
Ryan. Oh,
yeah.
I can't believe I forgot about that. I might hate him more than Huckabee, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's pretty bad. All right, what about these Democrats? It says there's 5.
Is there 5?
I remember 4. I mean, 5 besides Hillary Clinton. Democrat.
Guy. That other guy.
Yes, they are all white men. One's Jewish.
well, Bernie.
Well, okay, yeah, duh.
All right.
Were you really giving us a hint for Bernie Sanders?
Come on. I don't even remember what
Melania?
what was that guy's name?
Martin O'Malley?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can be honest, I don't think I can name.
No, I can't remember at all.
Lincoln Chaffee.
Oh, yeah.
How could you forget a name like Lincoln Chaffee?
I forgot.
Jim Webb,
Nope.
the military guy. And then Lessig. I don't know who that is.
Are you talking about Les Ludwig, who runs for mayor
gonna say.
every 4 years?
All right, yeah, so
Is
we
he a
did really well.
Democrat?
I'm not
Is
sure
Les
if that's true.
Ludwig a Democrat?
He's an independent, I believe. We do have some updates here
Okay.
from the presidential election. Hillary Clinton. Again, these are all CNN projections based on, based on exit polling and polls already. Precincts already reporting, but it shows Clinton with a 68 to 48 electoral vote lead. So. Clinton won 7 states right at the top of the hour. New Jersey, Maryland, D.C. Well, she won D.C., which is not a state. I know that. No cards and letters, please.
All of our huge audience. Is
Yes.
outraged.
Massachusetts, for Vermont, Rhode Island, or Rhode Island, Illinois.
Yeah, and they won't write letters because we know them all. They work here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is Dave listening?
I don't think so. Dave, are you listening? Text me if you're
Give us a
listening.
call.
Yeah, call us. Please call in.
It's on the screen.
As I know you're in government. You can probably weigh in
Yes,
on some
call
of
in,
this.
Muscle Man Dave, the tax collector. Please.
All right, so we were talking about Bernie Sanders. Margaret, do you want to talk about what you liked about him?
You know what? I don't know if I
It's okay.
want to get into it because it's just I feel like I've gotten to a point where I've been so upset about things that I'm like in this phase of just being like, all right, well, sorry, this isn't very good for the broadcast that I'm
No, that's fine.
bowing out of commenting on this.
Charlie, you were persuaded, right?
Yeah, so I was
Sanders side?
persuaded, at least partially, with the conversation that Margaret and I had, because, listen, I know how the game is played, and so, I wasn't gonna I didn't think Bernie Sanders could be. Well, at that time, I didn't think Donald Trump was going to be the nominee.
Right.
And I think a couple of things. I think as it became apparent that he was, Bernie Sanders is the guy I probably had more in common with.
Than Trump.
Than Hillary Clinton. Yes. Than Hillary Clinton. So I said, look, I'm not, I used the old Margaret was almost threw up on her computer when I said, I can't, he's not electable to the White House. And Margaret got a little pissed off at that. And she was right. It's just, it's just sort of why.
Well, I mean, that in the primary, I
Yeah.
mean, it's easy to say this looking back, but what were the stakes? If you were kind of ambivalent about Hillary or Bernie, the stakes were not very high because either, I remember that I was watching an interview or sort of like a panel thing on Democracy Now, and it was a socialist woman who was for Hillary and a socialist woman who was for Bernie, and the woman for Hillary was like, yeah, I mean, I'll be happy if either of them win, and so it just seemed like Hillary voters had a lot less to lose. And I don't know. I mean, so I think that you weren't really putting much on the line
by voting for Bernie. Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. So no, I admit it. I probably right. That's fair. I probably made that vote knowing that I could vote my conscience because it wasn't going to cost me anything, sort of a thing. I admit that. I totally admit that. But it's just then when it became obvious that Trump really had a shot at winning the nomination, I just I kind of wish that and it pissed me off that the DNC was conspiring to shut Sanders out when he started gaining momentum. I mean, it pisses me off, and I'm glad that Debbie Wasserman Schultz was shit canned.
But in a way, I think looking back, it's kind of cool that all of this that it went down that way. Because now I think that having people disenchanted with the Democratic Party is probably ultimately healthy, and it's the reason that a candidate like Bernie Sanders can gain traction. And I think there are a lot of things that he talked about that are important to me, especially universal health care and things like that. That I think a lot of people who normally would be talking about my parents, I think my parents are a lot more open to things like that than they have been in the past, and Bernie Sanders kind of represents this like turning tide that I feel I can be somewhat optimistic about. But
interesting, because I was actually going to ask that next. Do you think he really changed the tenor of the conversation?
At least on the surface. I mean, I feel like Hillary will literally say anything. But I guess it's good that she's sort of aligning with, even if it's just to kind of win votes, I guess it's good that she's kind of taking on some of those ideas. But I think that one of the good things about a Hillary presidency for people who are Bernie supporters is that it's a lot more likely that I think that people will hold Hillary's feet to the flame a little bit more than they would otherwise. And I think that
you mean if Sanders hadn't made it as far or started that conversation?
Yeah, and I think that a problem with Obama is that when he won, people during the Bush years. Liberals and leftists were a little more energized in a lot of ways. But with Obama, I think a lot of people checked out and stopped paying attention to what he was doing because it was like, all right, well, we have a Democrat in office and he's cool, so he's probably not going to do anything that's fucked up.
Right, yeah.
So I think that people will pay more attention to the stuff that Hillary has going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it definitely. I think that I think that the progressive agenda has to be more in the conversation, but it's going to be up to us to try and make sure it stays there because the last thing they want to do is fuck around with what the people want. So whether, as you said, whether or not it's actually carried through is going to be the question. I don't know. I hope so. Because that's the beauty. The beauty is tomorrow we can all start complaining about how Hillary's going to be a horrible fucking president. We can finally do what we wanted to do. But, again, she'll be, the worst case scenario is she'll be a bad president. And not a...
Well, okay, on that note, each of you, what's your biggest fear about a Hillary presidency? Margaret, do you want to start?
I don't know. I think that there's a lot of legitimate fear of wars that the U.S. is going to get into with Hillary as president. I'm not super comfortable talking about that specifically because I don't feel like I'm well-versed enough in foreign policy. But I don't know. I think it's just going to be it's maybe not a horrible fear, but I think that things are just going to at least stay the same in a bad way. I think that healthcare, I feel like healthcare is a really urgent thing, and it really makes me anxious to think about that kind of being stalled and not moving towards like a single payer plan sometime in the near future. Right. So I don't know. I think during the debates, Trump said something about how voting for Hillary is, voting for another 4 years of Obama, which there are worse things than that. So, but I think she'll be more conservative than Obama. So,
do you think she'll be more conservative than she appears right now?
Yes, I think so, probably.
She's definitely the non-progressive Democrats' definition of a progressive Democrat. I mean, it's the word liberal was sort of made dirty by the right, and so now everyone is progressive. So those of us that were farther left were always sort of the progressives, and now we're.
We have a phone call.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Can you believe it? All right. Hello.
Hey, this is Ryan.
Hi, Ryan Dito.
Hey, Ryan Dito from the City Paper here.
All right, cool. Charlie, Margaret, do you want to say something to see if he can hear you?
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
Hello there.
See any Bigfoots out there?
Oh, yeah, just the normal amount that I sort of usual.
Have you been hassled by the police yet tonight, Ryan?
No, I haven't.
And do you have your cell phone ready to record if you do?
Yeah, it's been. I haven't had to give my typical, why.
Well, why? So Ryan is at the county Democratic function tonight over at the IBEW Union Hall in the South Side.
Yes, it's really starting to fill up now. It was got here about 20 minutes ago and it's pretty dead, but it's getting pretty packed and people are wooing and cheering every time Clinton takes the lead in a state and being silent if Trump pulls ahead. So it's definitely a little tense right now. But, I spoke to State Senator Wayne Fontana, who represents Lawrenceville and Beachview and a bunch of other city areas, and he kind of told me that kind of like what I saw out I guess throughout the day, where it was just a lot of strong turnout, but no incidences, no poll watching, no drama, I guess, at least throughout his district.
And what were some of the areas you went to today, Ryan? Where were you today? And
I spent most of my time in Garfield and East Liberty and Larimer and Homewood, a little bit of time in Shadyside, and then the end of the day in Lawrenceville. And I can say that, it just seemed, it seemed just like pretty normal. I guess I expected there to be a little bit more drama, but for the most part, lines were happened early. A lot of people, at my polling place, they lined up right before everything opened, and then that's kind of what I heard from everyone else working the polls at all the other districts kind of throughout the city that I visited. A lot of people were anxious to vote, it felt like.
Hey, Ron, when and where did you vote?
I voted right at 7 a.m. I got there right away. That's in Bloomfield, right at the Shadyside Honda on Liberty Ave.
Cool.
Yeah, and it's been like I said, it's I almost wish I had more exciting stuff to say in terms of.
Why don't you go start some trouble?
Yeah, I I don't know, maybe I should bring my bike helmet in, event and just wear it.
In 2012, at that very same party, reporter Lauren Daly was nearly thrown out for dropping hot dogs into the cheese dip, and she had to quickly push them down into the cheese so no one could see that she dropped hot dogs into the cheese dip. So
I feel like that sounds like a win. For both hot dog and cheese dip.
Well, yeah, you go in for the cheese later on for your nachos or something, and bam,
Wonderful surprise.
hot dog. Anthony
Surely it's
Weiner.
like your recipe this week.
It is. It is kind of like
Macarena.
my recipe, and I apologize we don't have macarena here in the
That's true.
studio. Margaret would love that.
What is
that
it?
smell? It's hot dogs. It's pasta infused with the hot dog water. I'll cook them all together, and then I use the finest Velveeta cheese along with some mushroom soup. And you mix it all up there, a little milk, bada bing, bada bang, as they say, and it's macarena.
Macarena.
It was something I learned, in that recipe I learned as a child, and always made it for election night in previous years.
Oh, no.
Well, not last year either, in fact. But
Wait, so why not this year, Charlie? Was it-
I just kind of ran out of time, and last year was because my wife thinks it's the most disgusting thing on the planet. And in fact, when I said, I'm going to make some of that, she said, "Can you do that somewhere else?" And so I sort of
Get a
ran out of
hotel
time.
room.
Yeah, exactly, with a hot plate.
Oh man! All right, so Ryan, what's on your plate for the rest of the night? You gonna be hanging there?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be hanging here, waiting to see if get any cool people to talk to me. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens.
All right.
But I'll keep you guys posted if anything dramatic happens.
Yeah, and if you just want to chat, we're here for you.
Okay.
If you have a profound thought or something like that, feel free to call back
Any
in.
profound thoughts? I'll give you guys a call back.
Can I just say that this anonymous texter says that Charlie's wife is right. That made me a little sick to listen to.
This anonymous texter.
This is a great aspect of this podcast.
Obviously, this anonymous texter has something against me personally.
Well, that doesn't narrow.
It's I won't say who it is. I was just gonna make a joke about who it is. But I won't.
No, we got to keep it anonymous.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely Bigfoot.
Ryan's like. All right, buddy.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go.
All right, mind your P's and Q's.
That's pints and quarts.
Is it really?
It's hard to keep those.
Look at that.
Keep track. Can we eat some pizza?
Yeah, please, by all means.
Yeah, what
have
should we
some
do?
pizza.
Should we take a break?
Yeah, let's take a break.
All right. Give me 1 sec.
Now wait, we have
talking for like
we
2
have a
minutes.
key race alert coming up.
Oh no.
Courtesy of our friend at CNN in Florida. Donald Trump has gone ahead with 88% of the vote counted. Trump is leading 48.5 to 48.4%. I mean, we're in probably an automatic recount range right here, right now. So Florida, once again, you sons of bitches.
Yeah.
Casey Anthony probably voted for Trump, and that's fucking things up down there.
All right, when we get back, we'll investigate that ridiculous claim.
I have proof.
All right. All right, we're coming back. That song was called Striptease.
That was mellow. I like it.
Yeah. I got a bunch of good tunes lined up. So
Nice election-themed playlist.
Thank you very much. Depending on how much pizza we want to eat, you might be hearing them a lot. All right, so what's happened since our pizza break?
The electoral map has Clinton ahead of Trump 68 to 66, and Florida is 91 or 92% reported, and Trump has about a little less than a point lead there, 0.9.
Anything unexpected there?
I mean, everyone talked about Florida being in play for Clinton. I mean, Obama won it in 12, I think in 10 as well. I mean, Donald Trump has to. If Donald Trump doesn't win Florida, I mean, he has no shot. I think we could almost, famous last words, but we could almost call it at that point. But Florida is tight, and unfortunately, what that says is, so say Clinton comes back and she manages to win Florida. We're going to have another nightmare where, Trump is already talking about he won't concede. And, when you look at, how much, I don't know that he can comprehend, even if Hillary Clinton manages to get a margin of victory that's more than Florida would give him, I don't think he would necessarily concede this evening because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Margaret?
Yes?
He is an idiot.
Yeah, I concur.
It's the kind of insight you get from Pittsburgh City Paper.
That's what you get for having the music editor on your panel.
And Charlie, update on Pat Toomey.
The Pat Toomey update, if you'll just hold on one moment.
Who we discovered, guess who he voted for?
Yes, it actually...
take a wild guess. Callers, call in. Tell us who you think he voted for.
Caller 7 is going to win that party pack.
Next time I want you to say, you're on with Margaret.
Let me just refresh you and make sure I'm giving you the most up-to-date results. And then scroll back down. With 1% of the polls reporting, Katie McGinty has 82% of the vote, but there's just about 6,600, 6,500 votes counted so far. So it's very early in that race, but so far Katie McGinty is beating Pat Toomey, and I'm sure a lot of that is coming out of her stomping grounds in the Philadelphia County, Philadelphia suburbs.
All right, Charlie, you were talking before about the significance of Florida. We know Pennsylvania is a pretty important state.
Yep.
What else? What are other states that are people looking at?
Ohio is of course a big one, and then I guess it all depends if you think I think Clinton should take Wisconsin, and then I think Michigan is still probably a toss up. But those are states with those two combined have 26 electoral votes. I think that's a huge get, and I think if Clinton can win Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin, I think she can just sit back and wait for the West Coast to sort of take her on to victory.
Well, Miss Clinton, if you're listening, which I'm sure you are, we'll keep you updated.
Ms.
Clinton.
Ms. Come on, Alex.
What did I say?
Miss.
Oh, Ms. Clinton.
Or Bill's wife would be fine.
Mrs. Clinton.
Mrs. Clinton. And North Carolina also at this point is too close to call. So, it's gonna. It looks like it's gonna be a while. I mean, any hope I think of this wrapping up early, is probably not going to happen.
Okay.
Since we were talking about Miss Clinton, whoops! I just turned on this little flashlight. Did you guys? I saw a lot of people posting on social media about how they felt voting today. Did you feel anything voting for the? We're all on the same page here, right?
Yeah.
Voting for the first woman president.
I don't think of it like that. I guess. I mean, it's a big deal but I don't think I've thought of this as, as electing the first woman president. I've thought it's just been. There's been no other choice for me, like the best candidate in this particular race, Margaret. But yeah, I haven't really thought too much about that. As far as, I mean, it would be great to have. Do you think that's enough, though? Do you think that that's a big enough deal to be the first woman president, if that first woman president is Hillary Clinton, who you despise?
I mean, I personally don't really feel anything about it. I know I really don't relate to people who feel emotional about it or who feel like I don't know. I don't want to diminish whatever importance there is to that, but I mean, I don't feel like Hillary Clinton represents me in a lot of ways. So it doesn't personally. I won't disregard it as important. But whenever people talk about shattering the last glass ceiling, that just seems completely ridiculous to me because that suggests that, or you know, when people. When she won the nomination and people were like, finally, little girls can dream of being president. And it's like, I think that they always could. And it's pretty pathetic that this is the first time that we've actually had a woman running. So it's, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't mean that much to me personally, but I mean, Dave's, my boyfriend Dave's grandma turned 100 this year, and they were talking about how they're hoping that she would make it to the election so that she could vote for a woman for the first time, and things like that are kind of.
And she did.
Did she make?
I assume she is alive, so I assume that
you would have heard
she's
otherwise.
Yeah,
I think
she's doing very well. So I assume that she did, but so that kind of stuff is kind of cool. But I guess when I actually did go in, I felt like it was a little bit intense, and I'm not sure what that feeling was exactly, but.
Well, it's like you talk about glass ceilings, but clearly Barack Obama taught us that being the first doesn't really. It actually brought up more racial turmoil, or that became more of an issue.
Yeah, which to be clear is not that's not a bad thing per se.
No.
It's part of it it's part of doing something that should have happened a long time ago.
Right.
But it's I don't know. Identity politics are only get you so far.
Do you think it was a big deal that Barack Obama, as an African American man, was elected president?
Do I think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would say so. I feel like it. I mean, yeah, obviously, but I don't know. I don't feel like I guess I probably felt more about that at the time, but I also think I had a really different perspective on presidential politics at the time. So I was a lot more swept up in Obama fever.
You were?
Yeah. I was definitely very, I was very excited about Obama in the first election, and then, kind of like not as excited, but I still was a big Obama supporter in his second election. So.
Yeah, I think that I was, first of all, the reason I am excited about Hillary getting elected is the fact that we're going to save some money because we get to pay her less. I assume that that's across the board, right? So we'll be able to do that. But no, I mean, I was totally excited for Barack Obama. And listen, this is I know that this is a big deal to a lot of people, and my nieces recognize it as kind of something that they're seeing. I think it's a step to something becoming like the normal. I mean, obviously we still have a shit ton of racism despite the fact that Barack Obama was president, but we have kids growing up, with they're seeing that anybody can be president. We have a generation coming up that anything's possible. Anybody can be president, including an African American man, a woman, or an idiot. Speaking of Donald Trump.
Wait, so Charlie, if young Charlie in 1992, if somebody was like, what's more likely, a black president in the next 30 years or a female president?
Woman.
You would say
female.
that'd be...
Yeah, although, again, going back to
female.
A female. No question. I don't know. I mean, and in some respects, racial tensions are worse now than they were, in the early 90s. I mean, although this stuff was still going on, I wrote a few weeks ago, probably a month or so ago now, Pittsburgh native film director, actor not Bill Duke, I'm sorry. This is one of those live moments that you hate.
Oops.
Yes, exactly. Bill Nunn Jr., sorry, who played Radio Raheem and Do the Right Thing.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. And so, so this stuff was going on in the 80s, but without the power of the internet, a lot of people didn't know what was going on, and that movie was sort of like the thing that opened our eyes. So at that time, and that's, again, then shortly after that, you had the things that happened here with Johnny Gamage and a spate of deaths involving African American males, unarmed African American males here in Pittsburgh. And so at that time, I don't know. At that time, plus I was born in 1971, so a lot of like the old time things that I would watch on TV, like reruns and stuff like that, was all sort of this racially biased black and white TV that where African Americans were portrayed a certain way, and it just didn't seem like there was enough of a movement that that Caucasians were going to vote for African Americans. And so I think I thought that it was more possible for a woman before an African American man. But I was crazy for Obama, and the second time I voted for Obama, that wasn't something I had to think about for a second, and not just because of Mitt Romney, but I think he did all right, in the first term, and I think he earned a second term, and I wish that, the congressional lines could have broke a little differently, and he could have gotten a little more done, like, coming up with some kind of realistic fix to the Affordable Care Act. So, I think history is going to treat Barack Obama better than he's treated right now. I think he's going to be. Yeah. So,
cool. All right, so Charlie, as you are the most informed on Pennsylvania races,
yeah,
who do you think will take those ones we were discussing before between Pat Toomey and Katie McGinty?
It's really a toss up. I think Katie McGinty's going to win that seat at the end of the day. I really do. I think she's got momentum. I think she's got, Pat Toomey just sort of came off like a boob in the last several weeks, and it didn't do him any favors. I mean, just, people know what you're doing. Nobody on earth thought that Pat Toomey was going to vote for Hillary Clinton or Gary Johnson. So
it's just so cowardly to
exactly
7:45, Jesus,
beta.
And we've had a talk about
that's like an alt-right thing. Sorry,
no, it's okay.
Taking up all the alt-right terminology.
Wait, what does that mean?
We talk. What's that?
What does that mean?
What
beta?
Like beta male.
Oh, right. Okay. I didn't know that was an alt-right thing.
Yeah, like cuck. That's another.
Oh. Completely different thing in the world that I live in, by the way.
I'm sorry, Charlie. Continue.
No, that's fine.
Well, I think it's actually the same thing in the world we live in.
Yeah.
But
how dare you? It's the sound a chicken makes, Margaret.
No.
Anyway, what the fuck?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do.
No, it's perfectly fine. I was talking to Ryan and news editor Rebecca Addison about how important it was, and other people as well, about how important it was that Pat Toomey didn't endorse. And some people think that that's not a big deal, whether or not he comes out for Donald Trump. But I think the fact that he's not willing to answer that question. You're either with your party or you're not. And I think that's important to see, because he's trying to, I mean, are you standing up for your principles and what you believe in, or are you just trying to keep it quiet because you really wouldn't mind getting in there with a Republican president who is going to sign your legislation that you in the Republican House, which I don't think is going to flip over tonight, can push through, including a repeal of the Affordable Care Act. And I refuse to call it O-Care. It makes me angry to even think about that friggin' term.
Yeah, but it was reclaimed by the man himself.
The male person.
I know.
The O himself.
The big O.
What about other races that are happening? What about Roth?
Yeah, the one, and I was just looking here, and that's why this wasn't this wasn't an awkward silence. This was me researching.
Well, I'm creating a segue. Speaking of beta males.
Yeah. So I live in Keith Rothfuss's district, which a lot of people know, especially people who know me know that. And as a constituent, I have not been able to have one conversation with him, either as a journalist or as a constituent. And, we have a famous relationship in which I stalked him at a Halloween parade in Elwood City one year.
When was that?
I think this was the first time he ran when he lost to Jason Altmaier, I think. I think so. And So I've been calling him for weeks to try and get him to talk to me. He wouldn't talk to me, wouldn't call me back. And I will say this: I didn't intentionally stalk him at a Halloween parade, but it was in Elwood City where my family lives, and my nieces were in the Halloween parade for something. By the way, Elwood City is
This is like what happens in every James Bond movie.
Yes.
Or I think Al just recently wrote something about that trope of following someone during a parade.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So there he comes down the street, Keith Rothfuss, and I'm standing there. My wife had walked away for a minute, and I was standing there with my sister-in-law. And as he comes by, he says, "Hi, I'm Keith Rothfuss, and I'd like your vote for Congress." And I said, "Hi, Keith Rothfuss. I'm Charlie Dees with the Pittsburgh City Paper. You've been avoiding my calls for the last 3 weeks." And he, someone didn't give me those messages. I'm going to call you on Monday. I've never heard from him again. And so today. So again, I've written about Keith Rothfuss, so I have no problem telling anyone that I'm not a supporter of Keith Rothfuss. And so today I go to vote, and I'm walking. There were like 2 levels of the parking where I was, and I'm coming down the steps, and I see a woman with a handful of Keith Rothfuss literature, and I know she's going to hand it to me, and I know I'm going to say, "I'll never vote for that jackass." That's what I'm going to say. So as I get to the bottom of the steps, the woman says, "Hi, sir. I'm Keith Rothfuss's mother. Can I give you a flyer and please ask you to vote for my son?" And I just said, "Oh, no, thank you, ma'am. I've made my decision. Thank you."
Mama Rothfuss.
Mom Alice Rothfuss, famous
That
Alice.
is a cold strategy. Get your mom out there.
Yeah.
How many moms do you think he hired?
Well, he famously...
Does she look old enough to be his mom?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He famously tells a story all the time about his mom. I almost know by heart. Let me tell you a story of the 2 Alices, my mother Alice and my daughter Alice. And then it goes into some horse shit that I, try to tune out and forget. But he's been using that same thing since he first ran. This is his second re-election. So this is his 4th, because he lost the first time, won, and then re-elect. So this is his 4th election. And ever since the first election, he's been using this line, "I'm in this for 2 reasons, the 2 Alices." And so I've heard that for years. And so I'm at a debate last month. And his challenger, Aaron McClellan, had told me one of the things about him was that he has the same shtick. He doesn't change it. He doesn't do anything, and he doesn't... and she said, I'm sitting there at the debate, and sure enough, in his closing arguments, "I'm here for the 2 Alices." And I think I loudly said, "You've got to be fucking kidding me. It's the same story."
Yeah. It doesn't even sound like a good story.
No, it's not a good story. It's not a good story at all.
It's like when you are struggling to write your conclusion in some article, and it's like, "Oh, this is so bad, but I guess I'm going to have to go with it because I can't come up with anything else."
Yeah, that race is still... That race had no results expected for that, or no results in for that race right now.
So speaking of the 2 Alices and speeches, have either of you ever witnessed a political speech in person that you were emotionally bowled over by or really connected with? Were you ever like, "Oh, damn that"?
Oh, damn that. I saw George W. Bush speak once.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you cry?
Oh, yeah. I don't really remember how I felt. But I went to, I saw Bernie Sanders, and that was, I don't necessarily think I was like, about to cry or anything like that. But it was really, I remember smiling and laughing a lot. So.
What about not in person, just in general? Any political speech that you were like, "Oh, damn"?
I don't know.
Obama's 2008 election night speech was pretty awesome. Oprah was there, everyone was there, and it was just sort of. But I actually that 2008 I saw Obama speak a few times, but there was and let's just head it off right now. Don't ask me to cite a passage. I don't remember a passage, but it was the first time I'd ever seen him speak in person, and it was at the Soldiers and Sailors in Oakland, and he just blew me away. It was just he knows how to give a speech. He knows how to tell a story. He knows how to. Look, I don't know if if he's really in it with me, but I believe that Barack Obama is in it with me. And, maybe that's a great gift for someone who wants to be elected to office.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's interesting how, Obama is really, like, his speech after Sandy Hook when he cried. And, I mean, he is very just, like, personable to the core. And then, thinking back to how all these conservatives were like, oh, those crocodile tears. It's just like, really? Come on.
Yeah.
Just let yourself be a little
Yeah.
charmed by this guy.
Yeah, to say
Our
that
first funny president, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no
And
question.
probably last funny president.
No question. Currently in Pennsylvania, looking at the state of Pennsylvania's website, Hillary has a 49 to almost 50 to 46% lead over Trump, with some votes reporting. It doesn't say here what the percentage is, but
All right.
yeah. So we're moving along through this evening.
Well, yeah, and it'll start picking up, obviously, later.
Let's hope.
It will. The count still sits at 68-66, so there hasn't been much movement. I mean, and that's the thing. Like I said, there was a time when, the networks would go out on a limb. I almost say go out on a limb and, make these calls. But unless they were legitimately too close to call, but like I said, they were taking some liberties. But now it's just, I mean, I think we're at a point where these states are, I will say this. I remember when I first started covering elections, I would go to the Bureau of Elections, and I would stand there, and they would bring out these, every 20 or 30 minutes, they would bring out printed sheets, and we would have to, we would look at the sheets, and we would, we weren't calling in to put them up on the line. We're just doing a story for the next morning, and so I'm sure that the new system is faster, but it doesn't feel faster. Like, I don't feel like once we sort of made that jump that we've as you said earlier, that we've streamlined the process that we've, there's got to be an easier way to figure all this out.
Yeah. What was the first election you covered as a journalist?
I think it was probably Wellsville City Council, the town I grew up in. I covered the city council race, and that was like my first. Like, I started out in sports, but then I got hired full time covering a beat, and I covered my hometown. And I knew everybody, or at least everybody knew me. Everybody was afraid of. Everyone was friends with my dad. Afraid of might be the thing too.
Freudian
Please go back to
slip.
our podcast from our Father's Day podcast. But that was tough because now I was like, and I will say this, I think that sort of got me ready for anything, because if you can cover, your hometown, people who, you're asking somebody about an issue. And remember the first big issue I covered was like a mercury leak. Some employee dumped mercury from water meters out into the ground by the water treatment plant. Yeah, it was a huge story. And there were these guys on city council who went to my church, who knew my dad, and so I had to go to these guys and say, "Look, what was?" And it was a lot of uncomfortableness and so forth. And the chief of police, for example, was like one of my mother and father's closest friends, and so now I'm going to him and asking him for stuff, and I didn't get any special treatment, which kind of sucked too, which I thought I would.
How small is the town?
At that time that I started covering, it was probably like 6,000 or 7,000 when I was growing up, and it was probably about 4,000 probably when I went back to my first job. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I've covered so many little shitty elections and where people don't want to talk to you, and West Virginia is the worst. West Virginia, I only had to cover that once, but I stood in a courthouse where it was. I don't think it was legal. It probably was legal to smoke, I guess.
Yeah.
But these old, like 90-year-old poll workers and work for the Bureau of Elections would sit there and smoke, and they're blowing smoke on you and shit while you're trying to like count ballots. They're counting ballots by hand. Just a nightmare. Like, we get out of there like 2 a.m. sometimes, and it was kind of a nightmare. But I guess that prepares you for the future.
What about presidential election? What was your first one of those that you covered?
I mean, probably. Well, it was probably Clinton Dole as a Bob Dole as a journalist, but I didn't really cover. Like, I was a journalist during that time, but I didn't really cover. The first that I actually did work on an election was when I worked at was that in Pittsburgh? Yeah, it was Gore Gore Bush, and then I've covered both Obama elections, and we try to do stuff because even though it's a national election, we try and do stuff to put a local spin on things, or to people want to know, I think, what their local media folks are doing, I guess, or what they think about an election or how it's playing out in their state. And with Pennsylvania's been an important swing state for years, so there's always been something. It's always been something for us to cover here.
Yeah.
So.
Well, going back to Bob Dole, so one thing that we've been talking about over the past few weeks is that thing when a nominee or the candidate, either one, it could be before they get the nomination. Anyway, basically they have some small thing that happens, and it's all they're remembered for.
Yeah.
Or just one of the few things they're remembered for,
Right.
or it's attributed with why they failed. So it's like you said something about the pencil with Bob Dole.
Yeah,
Can you explain that?
Bob Dole had an injury. I don't know if it was the left hand or the right hand. Hillary Clinton has just won New York. Let me bring that up. 29 electoral votes. It's a big win. I mean,
Your home state.
expected it.
That's true.
Did you drive back there to vote for Hillary today?
No.
Wait, did you vote here?
Yeah.
It was legal.
How many times did you vote?
But yeah, so Bob Dole had.
Wyoming.
Yeah, but Donald Trump just won Wyoming, Nebraska, and Kansas, and North and South Dakota. That's probably a whole 7 electoral votes.
Kansas, come on. Kansas, I think, has the potential to be blue. There's just something, I don't know. Kansas isn't like those other states.
Yeah, it's Carry On My Wayward Son. That's Kansas, right?
No, is it?
Isn't it?
I guess I should know.
It does come in handy.
Yeah.
Music knowledge.
See,
yeah,
look
I
at
just
that.
displayed no music knowledge.
Well, we both would have said. I made
Don't
it
you
wrong.
cry, no.
I don't think that's Kansas.
You don't think that's Kansas?
I could be wrong. Callers,
Yeah.
please.
But
I'm gonna look it up.
Bob Dole had an injury. I think it was a war injury. But he always, his hand was, I think, I don't know if his hand was formed in a fist or if that was the best way, or he had very limited mobility. So he would hold a pencil in it. They always would put a pencil just in his hand. So whenever Bob Dole would talk, he would have this pencil, this non-moving, his hand would move. He never used the
Jess
pencil.
says it is Kansas.
Thank you, Jess. Carry on my wayward Jess. So Bob Dole had this pencil that he always had in hand, and that was sort of what I remember and take away from that is Bob Dole's pencil. And of course, a lot of, I think, how memories are formed, at least for me, are how things were portrayed on Saturday Night Live. And it was, I don't know, I can't remember who portrayed him, but it was, he always had that pencil in his hand. It might have been Norm Macdonald, I don't know.
Callers, if you know who portrayed
Jess.
Yeah. We don't have internet. So, let's talk about a few others.
Yeah.
So Michael Dukakis was pictured in a tank,
right,
wearing a helmet, and he made him look very small and sort of out of place.
Yeah, he did not look presidential. If you can't look presidential in a fucking tank, you should not be the president of the United States.
Oh, that's just the kind of thinking that gets us into this mess.
You're probably.
Oh wait, and Bob Dole fell off a stage.
Oh yeah, he fell off a stage. Yeah. Right.
Margaret, who were we just watching fall off a stage?
Kelsey Grammer.
Kelsey Grammer the other day. Yeah,
that is a great video.
Yes.
It's so good. It's so uncomfortable after he falls because he's clearly shaken up.
Yeah. What was the joke he's making going into it? Something about being the UN and the part of the UN for it. It's a small world. Something like that. Something really terrible.
It was Norm Macdonald, by the way. It was fantastic.
Right.
That's
was really
awesome.
Good.
All right, so another one was Howard Dean going, which has been covered many times, and Mark pointed out to me months ago, because I still apparently didn't know it, that it kind of makes no sense. He was in a very loud auditorium, and he was mic'd up, and so it's not quite as weird as it sounds when you just isolate his mic.
Yeah, I think he had the Holy Ghost in him. That was just like he was feeling it.
Well, so
also, I mean, you think about that compared to everything that Trump and Hillary, like the stupid things that they've said, and it's like simpler times when that's all it took to finish someone. I mean, there must be more to it than that, but I think that's really widely, considered the reason that his rise to power.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, it's also and also it's like some of these so having the pencil falling off a stage, looking weak in a tank, or Nixon being really sweaty on TV in 1960. Those are all it just looks wrong, right? It's optics, I guess is what they call it. You just go it just doesn't feel right. But then there's stuff like with Gary Johnson not knowing Aleppo, or Rick Perry not being able to name the third department that he wanted to cut. And that's actually relevant. But it's much, for some reason, I was obviously one when Dukakis thing happened, and I fucking love that story, and I don't know why. I just think it's the funniest picture. And I just love that that's something that could be carried on for so long and seen as his...
Much like when Ronald Reagan was shot, I cried when I saw Michael Dukakis in the tank as well.
Is that true?
No, I don't know. No, I think I was probably Republican then.
Well, I mean, and I think that it's Hillary has had so many things that you're just don't forget to Pokemon Go to the polls or whatever,
Did she say that?
Something like that. Something, or,
It's a good line.
when during the primary debates, when she said, and may the force be with you. And just it's so, you can just never, I don't think I've ever felt like I saw so clearly the people who were, running her campaign, through her.
Well, yeah, and you have a serious... You do not like that sort of labored over ease.
Relevant joke.
Yeah. It's so much win stuff. The stuff that people
queen.
applaud. Yeah.
Her appearance on Broad City.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, well. You should YouTube it. Or not. I don't know.
Was it funny?
No, of course not. I mean, it's this really labored, look what a hero she is to all millennial women.
Yeah.
In this way that some people feel that way, but I just don't. So it's it just feels so phony to me. But no offense to anyone who it resonates with. Good for you. I'm glad you can feel good about it. Sorry. No one's listening.
That's true.
I don't want to know if that's true till tomorrow. Then I'll say, man, we killed it. And you'll say, yeah, those three people who were on at the beginning and then left.
The anonymous...
No, it's been all right.
The anonymous texter and Jess.
Well, Charlie, we haven't lost any since the last time I checked.
Good.
They survived the pizza break.
I may be having a special guest calling in here in a moment to regale us with their own tales of covering election nights.
Who's that?
Let's see if it happens.
Right.
I don't want to because she's got a lot of fans out there. Oh, she.
Oh my God.
The great. Yes.
Is it Al?
Well, we use she as just kind of a general.
Right. Yeah.
Rather, you might.
In
the past, people said he if you didn't know the gender.
Right. So now we say she.
Yeah. Or they.
Donald Trump is continuing to open up a lead in Florida. The current count, by the way, stands at 97. Clinton 84 electoral votes. Trump. And so
which was it?
97 Clinton to 84 Trump.
Oh, okay.
She just won. She just won a few states. Oh, he actually just won, basically all the plain states: North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. So yeah, we're sort of. I don't know. I'm looking at the map, and I don't know. Other people obviously have a better sort of sense of analyzing this stuff, but I'm looking at the map, and I didn't think it would be this close, but.
Well,
those plain states are states that are easy to call early because they're traditionally red. I mean, they're not going to go. They're not going to go blue.
We have a phone call.
All
right. Hello.
Charlie.
Is this Lauren Daly, former staff writer?
It sure
at
is.
Pittsburgh City Paper. Lauren, you're live on the first ever City Paper election podcast.
What? Congrats. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Welcome, Lauren.
This internet thing is really going to take off, guys.
You're here.
Well, we'll see.
You're here with Margaret Welsh, our music editor, and Alex Gordon, our web producer.
Hi, Lauren.
Hey, guys. Hey, Alex.
So I was telling the story earlier, Lauren, that we were talking about covering local events, and we have Ryan Dito over at the IBEW Hall, and I know that you covered that in 2000 or 2012, right, or 2011,
Right.
or 2012. So I remember, didn't you have like a series of like mishaps involving cheese and food, and perhaps the county executive Rich Fitzgerald?
Yes, and he's a very good sport, as is his team. And there's a lot of hijinks at the IBEW Hall, and one of my favorite things to do at election night, no matter what I'm covering, is do the investigative reporting. What's on the menu?
Right.
What's going on? This particular eve was, and just to set the scene, I also snuck my wife in as my air quote photographer.
Right.
She was
Oh, a
holding
classic
the
Lauren Daly
camera.
move.
Yeah, the highest decorum here.
That was date night for Lauren, by the way. That was a classy dinner and a show date night.
I like to show a girl a good time. And she was fake taking pictures, and I think it was, I forget, I don't know if it was Rich, I'm going to say his last name, was it Trumka, the guy from the AFL-CIO, pointed out to her that she was taking photos with the lens cap on. So, I go to do any due diligences and go up to the buffet line and see that they, in fact, have, assorted hot dogs, bags of chips, all high quality shit here. And there's melted cheese for pretzels. And I'm talking to Rich Fitzgerald, as always, just kind of about the mood of the night. Naturally, getting a hot dog while I'm doing this, I was taking notes, and proceed to drop several hot dogs into a vat of melted cheese, which proceeds to erupt all over the people standing around it. And, what do you do in that? Like, what's the situation? I don't know. Like, do you fish them out? Do you leave them? Do you pretend that it never happened?
Right. How did you go? What did you go with?
I preferred to pretend it didn't happen and continue my line of questioning.
That's probably best.
And then later on, I did what any spouse would do and sent my wife to the other line to retrieve hot dogs.
You're a good reporter and a good wife, Lauren Daly. Lauren Daly Maurer. Sorry about that. She was just Lauren Daly around here, folks, at least for most of her time, anyway.
This is what we do in pursuit of the truth.
I just want to say,
Rich Fitzgerald did not miss a beat either.
He does. Yeah, you can't throw Rich off.
No.
I just want to say that once Lauren took me to a parking expo as her photographer.
Oh, really?
Because we thought there was going to be free food. And it was a similar situation where I was holding the camera, and after a while, the lady who was showing us around was like, "Are you going to take any pictures?" And I was like, "Yeah," and I kind of held the camera out like I had no idea what it was.
But that's not the only place
really
Lauren.
bad.
That's not the only place Lauren took you for lunch.
Oh, that's true.
No, we also frequented Blush.
Yes, the Blush lunch buffet.
Right.
Where you can eat pierogies while staring into vaginas.
And I did have to pay one of the dancers $5 in order to remove her legs from my neck. Well, that pierogies were digesting poorly.
And Trump has just won Texas and Arkansas.
I don't think there's a surprise there.
No. So Lauren, what do you mean, aside from, I know you're no longer in the reporting game at a high class organization like City Paper, where you can go to strip clubs for lunch. What do you make of this whole election? I assume, knowing what I know about you, that you voted for Hillary today. Are you surprised with how the results are coming back in now?
I'm surprised it's this close, to be honest. I remember from covering the 2008 and 2012 elections on the presidential circuit how humongous of a base that the Democrats have mobilized. That's their bread and butter. The women vote, the minority vote, Latino, and it's really kind of disheartening. As my wife points out, I felt like this election, regardless of the outcome, really gave people an agency to say all the terrible shit that they keep in their head.
Right.
And now it has a venue, which is really disappointing. Even if Hillary wins, which I certainly hope she does, I'm sitting here holding my newborn son, and I think about the world we're going to wake up in tomorrow, and I really hope it's one with a progressive female president, and not a president who will, could take his rights away or take our rights away.
Right.
And it's just, I haven't. I don't know. I'd be curious your take on it in terms of how close it's being tonight. I'm surprised.
Yeah, no, I thought the same thing. I didn't think this was going to be. I've said all week that. I will say this though. I haven't seen any surprise. I mean, Florida is the state right now that sort of. I was hoping that Florida would go for Clinton, but I'm not seeing too many surprises yet. I think it's just. Right. I'm hoping it's just how the map is unfolding. Is why it's looking sort of the way that a lot of us don't want it to go at this point. You've got Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, PA sitting out there. If you hit those, and then you can move out to the west, she's probably okay. But it now becomes with winning. With she's currently losing Florida. I mean, it makes winning a state like Ohio even more important, and that's was never a lock. So, yeah, it's concerning. It's definitely concerning.
It is. But I remember from watching the primaries that I think Trump is a very dangerous individual, but I think his own stupidity would get in his way of being super dangerous. Where I think, not that I would ever really embrace a Trump presidency. No, I'm lying. I never would embrace a Trump presidency.
Right.
But I think out of all the whole GOP field from the primary, I think Ted Cruz was by far the most dangerous. You got to watch out for those policy wonks, the guys who really know how to manipulate public policy and move bills through or stymie bills. And that's where, when I try to comfort myself about thinking about what could happen, I think it would be better any day than a Cruz presidency.
I agree, but I also think that what's worrisome about Trump is Pence in that case.
Oh, absolutely. Is anyone pissed off at Gary Johnson? I was in Florida right now. I was a Democrat in Florida. I would find Gary Johnson the shit out of him.
Lauren, you're now, without giving too much away, you now work in the health. Yeah, Lauren is gay.
Outed me.
I'm sorry, but Lauren works in the healthcare industry, if that's okay for me to say. What is working in that industry? What is this? What concerns you about this election on both sides, be it Clinton or be it Trump?
Well, here's what chafes me about the whole, and my Facebook is blowing up about, they're using Obamacare as one of the whole pegs, against the last 8 years, and trying to get rid of Obama and them doing everything, and the big target on everyone's back is Obamacare. And what I see working in the healthcare industry and working one-on-one with people is that no one truly understands how it actually works. And the people who do are the people who benefit from it. And when you see the uninsured numbers going up, I know at least in New York State, the numbers of the number of folks who were previously uninsured. Mm-hmm. I hate seeing that as an issue. Yes, healthcare is really expensive. That is a fact. But that is across the board. And what I would say is, I just have a very complicated pregnancy, and I just delivered a son, and I got a bill for it, and I expected to get a bill for it because I wouldn't want to deliver my child in a healthcare system that wasn't the United States. So when I think of the things that Pence has said and Trump has said, they want to fix it, I don't think they've ever actually taken the time to understand how it works first. There's definitely areas of improvement, but, and in terms of single payer, which I know Hillary has talked about, I don't know if there's a big enough appetite for that because it's such a big change, and people are still wrapping their arms around what even has happened with Obamacare. What are you guys feeling in Pennsylvania? Because New York's a much different state because New York made their own exchange. What's going on in PA with it? You guys, or the state rejected it and opted for the federal healthcare.gov. Right,
and then once Tom Wolf took office, it was kind of a mess. But he sort of rescinded Tom Corbett's healthy PA or whatever the fuck that was, and he sort of got on like some sort of the Medicare exchange or what have you. So it's definitely the numbers of uninsured. Again, the number of uninsured in Pennsylvania, just like everywhere else, has gone down, but it hasn't gone down low enough. There's still a segment of the population who's not being served by this. So, Lauren, I wanted to ask you, how is the child, Charles Margaret, doing? We know that you named the baby after us.
Yeah.
Yes, Charles Margaret is doing exceptionally well. And
awesome.
Today, ironically, was my original due date, and I figured what better day to be locked in a room screaming than election day. Fortunately, he came early, but I think that's good because now I can be home. And I'm still locked in a room screaming. He's just screaming right here alongside.
Good. He's outraged as well. Well, Lauren, we're going to let you get back to watching results. Try and keep your wiener out of the cheese if you can do that.
As they say.
As they say.
They should start saying that.
And actually, keep your wiener out of the cheese. And it was nice to hear from you because it actually sort of feels right that you're on here with us tonight. Because certainly one of our all-time favorites.
Hopefully we're all here tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Lauren.
Bye, Lauren.
Guys.
This is City Papers, of course, 25th anniversary, and you can read about it next week in our 25th anniversary issue.
That's going to be good.
If you want,
I'm excited about that.
if you want to, it's going to be a total surprise to a lot of people.
No one in this room, though.
No one in this room, though. We know exactly what's going to happen. But Lauren Daly is just one of those. I mean, she was here for a few years, and she's just one of those people that just sort of defined, I think, defined City Paper, and
yeah, I remember
really
as a reader, yeah.
made an impact, and so that was cool. It was cool to have her on with us, and I'm glad that all is going well with her and her son Theodore.
Oh,
not Charles Margaret as much.
Charles
as
Margaret, Chargaret, or Marley.
Marley. Oh, Marley. That's a great
Marley.
idea.
Yeah, Chargaret.
Chargret.
Not so much.
That's like a
Chargret's tough.
It does sound like a Chargret.
Yeah, Chargret sounds like a small, mole type animal. A Chargret. I gotta give me some of them Chargrets out of there again.
All right. Well, do you want to read some jokes, Margaret?
Sure.
All right.
It was kind of hard to find. We actually found better bus jokes then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should say we did our bus podcast last week, and to spice it up a little bit, we got some bus jokes from online, and I wanted to do it again. And like you said, there aren't too many election jokes.
No, these are more general America themed.
Yeah.
What kind of tea did the American colonists want?
Liberty.
Are you reading over my shoulder?
I did not read over. I was looking over here the whole
All right.
time. Liberty. Here, I'll look this way. Go ahead.
All right. What did one American flag say to the other American flag, presumably? It says flag, but...
Were you waving at me?
Oh, man, he's good.
It says nothing. It just waved.
Oh.
Where was the Declaration of Independence signed?
I like this one.
On a desk.
You got the right idea, but at the bottom. Let's see. All right. Well, let's take a break from these jokes for a minute. That's they're all kind of bad after that.
Oh, okay.
Well, it reminds me of I look at this election and I think, what would George Washington say if he was alive today?
He'd be freaked out by everything.
He'd
about
say,
our lives.
"Let me out of this box. I'm not dead."
Yeah, need some fresh.
And so then the bus driver said,
Well, there was that. I just watched the new David Cross special where he talks about how obsessed we are with the founding fathers, but how if they were alive, they would be amazed by cotton candy. And then I don't know. Go watch it on Netflix, everybody, and you'll see how funny it
Yeah.
is.
Side note: he has gotten better with age as he's gotten fatter and
more handsome, in my opinion.
Yeah, but also he just looks less. I don't know.
He's more settled in.
Yeah,
to
less
himself.
indignant all the time.
Yeah.
Although he's still pretty indignant. I saw him when he was here, doing a lot of those jokes too.
Yeah.
It was great.
Well, I recently went back and listened to his older stuff, and it made me kind of like it rekindled my rage towards George W.
George Bush. Yeah, he really got.
Really got him. He really annihilated him.
Yeah, he decimated him.
that David Cross. He's funny.
He is. Did I tell you, just speaking of decimated, I'm just filling dead air right now, but when I saw someone on Facebook call Samantha Bee the female John Oliver, she's kind of like the female John Oliver, which was just...
And you also don't like The
Yeah.
female John Oliver.
I don't.
Or the male.
You don't like the female John Oliver?
The only person in that genre I like is Colbert.
Amy Schumer.
Ugh.
I saw the female John Oliver at the RNC.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I thought, it's weird. I thought about approaching her because I'm like, I think Samantha Bee would want to do an interview with me. I don't know why, but the alt press, I think she would.
Yeah.
But I didn't. She was like in the middle of doing a shoot, so I assumed she didn't want a stand up, as we say in the business.
A stand up, doing one of her stand ups.
Wait, Margaret, can you talk a little bit about why you don't like her, or do you feel that you've already?
Oh, I mean,
enumerated?
she's just kind of part of that. I mean, it's like this sort of genre of smugness that I don't really care for. That, I mean, maybe good points delivered in such a smug way that, and I think, there was that kind of thing was funny at a time, but it's so overdone now. And then the way that she, during the primaries as a Bernie supporter, I thought she was extremely unfair to Bernie supporters in terms of making them.
Oh yeah, she wasn't. I thought you were saying. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I just think she is. I'm just, it's everything I don't like about that. But she's a woman, which makes it worse. No, I'm not saying that she's not talented or anything.
Yeah,
but
shouldn't you just be happy that she's the first female John Oliver and support her
yeah,
just for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, John Oliver was the first British Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and I
We're
do
making
think
progress here, people.
I do think that John Oliver is funny and smart and makes good points. But it's also just kind of this whole brand of I think humor might be over. Maybe satire is dead. Or it's I think it's a little toothless.
Sorry, I got tangled up in my wires.
Satire is not dead. That's what we do every day here, every week
I know.
here at the City Paper.
I'm making a lot of bold claims here.
At least I'm trying.
This isn't going to be recorded for forever, is it? This is just, we're on the air and it's never going to.
No one's going to hear this,
That's
right?
nice. Yeah, that's why we can curse.
Yeah.
Because no one can hear it.
Nice.
But when I was looking for election jokes, the one that kept coming up was Jon Stewart's joke about how if pro is the opposite of con, isn't progress the opposite of Congress? And it's just like, that is so corny. That could have been
Wait,
written.
that's Jon Stewart?
Apparently.
Oh,
according
I thought
to all
it was
these
just
websites.
like a bumper sticker.
I know. Well, that's kind of like, I mean, that's kind of, and then Jon Stewart always makes that face where he's like, and it's just, yeah, whatever. The anonymous texter just said Margaret Walsh eviscerates Samantha Bee.
I would click on that.
I don't think I really eviscerated her, unfortunately.
Yeah, she's going to be fine.
Yeah.
All right, so I downloaded some, downloaded. I have some here, some commonly misunderstood rules about voting in Pennsylvania. And so I'm going to test you guys, okay?
Okay.
Is that okay? Can you vote online via social media?
Yes, I did. That's how I did it. I hashtagged Hillary.
I would say no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no.
You're 0 for 1.
Nice.
Margaret. Can you check whether you are registered to vote online?
Yes.
No. You have to go down to your polling place on
She's
the day
tanking
of.
it on purpose.
Yeah. Suck it up to the boss.
Well, this is a good one. In Pennsylvania, can you take a selfie in the booth?
Oh, that's a good question. Yes?
No.
It says here you can take a selfie in the voting booth in Pennsylvania, but you shouldn't post it. Shouldn't. The fuck?
Well, I think that
Shouldn't post it until you get outside. That's what they said.
Isn't it different if you? I heard something about this on Fresh Air. I think about whether it makes a difference whether you're taking it of yourself in the voting booth or you're actually taking a picture of your ballot.
Right. And didn't Eric Trump do that today?
Yeah.
Justin
and then
Timberlake
someone
did.
said that I saw some like clickbait that was like Eric Trump may have broken the law. Yeah. May have. I don't know. Like maybe I should have read the article, but
Yeah, I didn't think you were allowed to. I know you could. Some places you can use your phone for informational purposes, but you're not allowed to take. My polling place, in fact, said no photography.
Your bowling place?
My polling place.
Oh.
No, my bowling place is actually tonight too, but I'm not there. I'm here with you guys.
Wait, so no McElweenie?
No bowling.
Wait, it's not McElweenie.
McElweenie.
Sorry.
Well, I don't understand how. I mean, when I can't imagine taking a selfie in that little.
Well, I wanted to ask that. Yeah.
I would feel so awkward and embarrassed, and also, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like what's the point?
Yeah.
We have to make millennials comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm a millennial.
Wait, so am I.
You're barely a millennial.
Me?
I don't think of you as a
I'm
millennial. You're too. No,
I'm more like a baby boomer in my
yeah, that's exactly right.
in my attitude.
Turn down that music, you kids.
No, I'm like, yeah, I love the Rolling Stones. Let's smoke weed. That's what baby boomers are like now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's true.
Baby boomers.
Can you register to vote on election day?
No.
No.
All right, Margaret's coming back.
Oh, sorry, I
You're
didn't
just
mean
a
to.
no. Yeah.
I learned that from those alt-right dudes who couldn't vote because they weren't registered.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Wait a second.
Well, can I do that now?
What do you mean I'm too late?
Yeah, I'll just fill out the form now. Yeah.
I'm just going to stand outside then and yell, Trump, 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 Trump.
Have either of you ever not voted but lied and told people that you did? Like for midterms or anything like that?
Yes.
I've definitely let people believe that I voted, especially I think working
I
here.
didn't dispute it. I just allowed the lie to be perpetrated.
I think the only time that would have ever come up is working here, and like maybe like being in a meeting on election day for some elections. I'm like,
Well, that's why Charlie has our meetings on Tuesdays.
When M&Ms are being
Yeah.
offered for all voters.
yeah, I was like, yes, I did. I did vote. But that I felt pressured by Chris Potter at that time.
I've never lied. I didn't lie on purpose. There's only once I didn't lie on purpose. I didn't make it to. I didn't leave home early enough to go vote, and so I came to work and did you vote? I was like, oh, of course. And then I didn't make it to vote, but it was like a midterm, like with nothing, hardly anything on the ballot at all. Trump is steamrolling in Ohio.
Jeez Louise.
He's up in Virginia slightly. Just about half the votes are in Ohio, but Trump's got a pretty good lead at this point. So, and it looked like from the map they showed earlier too, it looked like a lot of your more progressive areas like Cleveland and Cuyahoga County had already been counted. So, North Carolina, Trump is back on top, 49.5 to 47.9. About 3/4 of the votes there counted. It's about 56,000 votes separate them there. And in Michigan, Donald Trump is just 17% of the vote, but Trump's about 30,000 votes ahead in Michigan. And these are honestly, these are states that will turn the election. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, I've been pretty confident. I thought that this was going to be easy.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah. You mean the podcast?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Well, yeah, I mean, from hearing that makes me realize how much I was sure.
Yeah.
Or how much I didn't expect this.
I know, I thought that I was mentally prepared, but now I'm like, I don't.
I'm trying to be tempered, where it's still early. There still aren't a ton of votes in certain places. Hillary, 42% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and Hillary's about 60,000, 55,000 ahead, 48 to 44.
I'm going to stop for a quick prayer.
Putting over Trump, please do. Wait, what is this?
Although apparently I've heard that God is for Trump because he'll protect unborn babies.
No, I heard that too. I have a joke about God, but I'll save it for later. See how bad we tank. This is not. Yeah, it's not what I don't know. I don't know. These states could turn at any second, and bing, it's right back in the driver's seat there.
Enjoy a strip cheese.
All right.
All right.
The mics are still on, by the way.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is soothing.
I feel better.
Do you know what I mean?
All right, we'll take a quick break. Hey, we're back. Spirits are high. Pizza is cold.
It
the beer
is.
is warm.
This is a strange evening. It's really not at all what And again, we've got key states obviously still not in, but there are some numbers that.
Well, I'm gonna lose that that thing that Al gave us the sheets for. What was that? Yeah, where we all.
We had a little
the swing
the toss. Yeah, the swing states.
Well, I've already lost.
Yeah, she was just gonna give us more M&Ms.
Yeah, I've already. There's
the
too
prize.
many.
Well, one thing I was just thinking about is like either way, but especially if Trump wins, we're gonna have this record of us, our mood changing.
Yeah.
Because it's now 2.5 hours in, and we're gonna be going till about 11.
With you,
We're gonna be with you
tonight.
till 11.
And then we're going to leave you to wallow alone, as we will wallow alone as
That's
well.
great election night coverage.
Yeah.
We just feel like going home.
It's too depressing. But what if it starts to turn around?
I don't know. We'll break out the bourbon.
Yes. I think that's fair to. I think like when I thought about doing this, I thought it'd be great to. We've got this internet; it's got lots of room on it. We could do whatever we want. But honestly, I was thinking, like, it's an important election, regardless of who wins. Even though I didn't think, not that I don't know what's. I honestly, the worst part is I thought earlier today that I knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And now I don't know what's going to happen, and I think that's starting to obviously play a little bit on the on the mood. We will have news editor Rebecca Addison calling in soon, as well as I was actually more excited for this earlier today, but we may be having someone from a Trump victory party also calling in. We'll talk to them a little bit about
how they're feeling.
And
Wait, a Trump supporter or?
Yes, it will be a Trump supporter.
Really?
Yeah. You gonna leave the room? All right, this is just in from CNN. Republicans will keep control of the U.S. House. So, this is a projection by CNN. But I don't know that many people expected the Democrats to retake the House. I think the Senate was always sort of the key there that they thought they could turn around. We'll be. I don't think that's anything that surprised anybody. So
okay. And also, are you getting these? Since I'm not buying the computer.
Yeah.
Are you just looking at CNN, or have we looked around?
I started to look around, and then Lauren called in, and then because you're right, some may have other projections. Just like my computer upstairs, I'm gonna get 300 tabs up.
How you doing, Margaret?
Not good.
All right. There's candy in front of you.
I don't want it. Ugh. No offense to Charlie for bringing it. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to if Hillary loses, the blame. I mean, I think that both candidates have done a really good job of setting things up so that they are not to blame when they lose. Trump has already set up so if he loses, it's voter fraud, and Hillary, it's sort of been set up that if she loses, it's because of Bernie supporters or people
FBI.
who are or people who are voting for third parties. When really, I mean, I think that if she loses, she's, it's the Democrats. Picked a pretty crappy candidate, and they fought really hard to have her. So,
I read this thing in Vice because I'm a millennial.
Edgy.
That it was basically like, calm down. And it was like totally bullshit, but God, it felt so good to read. It was just talking about the next year or so with either candidate that it's not going to light the world on fire. But it was completely false. I mean, it was
Why
wrong.
do you say that?
I just don't think.
What did it say?
Basically that neither would have enough power and that they would be fought enough because they're both sort of obviously at odds with Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
That they would be sort of gridlocked into not being able to get as many things done as they would like to do, and that they've said that they would do, which I guess there is some truth to. It was more just like it was weird how much I loved reading it and thinking that way.
Well, but now you don't think it's true?
I don't know. I feel like the next few weeks are going to be pretty ugly no matter what, but that's a lot different than what it's going to be like in January.
Yeah, it's going to be, yeah. I'll say that this isn't going to be like a neat and tidy transition, regardless of who wins this. It's not going to be pretty, and it's, there's always the talk about, regardless of who wins, we have to be willing to set aside our differences and work together to support the president. Well, fuck that, because I didn't see anybody setting aside their issues with Obama to work with him, obviously, especially since 2010. It's so what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to win the Senate and then block anything that he can block every nominee he might put through, or block every, and vice versa. That's what the Republicans will do if they win the Senate. So it's. And I will say this: I heard today at the polling place some Trump supporters behind me. A couple of them said, that they were voting, that they didn't like either candidate, but they were voting for the Supreme Court, basically. And that actually, I think, is probably the saddest of all for me, because abortion is a polarizing issue. All right, I mean, I believe, you don't have a right, obviously, to have. Sovereignty over over anyone's body. But, the fact that we're talking about LGBT rights, we're talking about, we're talking about social issues that basically affect how people live their lives and how people have the right to live their lives the way they want. And so that's kind of, it disturbs me that it's a thing where, people are, that's how they're voting, and it's. Sorry, they're doing predictions on CNN, and it almost made me throw up. The Trump's road to 270. So anyway, yeah. So it's. I think that's how a lot of people are voting, and it's sad, actually, to me.
Yeah.
Rebecca Addison is not calling in, but she's coming in because her Burgers for Bernie event is, kind of a loud party and not really much in the way of burgers with
hamburgers,
not meat burgers. Well, maybe they are,
some
but they
discreet hamburgers.
They put the H on there.
All right, so let's talk about vice presidents, or those two nominees. Margaret, any? I know the answer. Do you have a strong opinion on Tim Kaine?
I mean, it's hard to really have any super strong feelings about someone who's so bland.
Yeah.
But I mean, he seems like picking him obviously seemed like a play for more conservative voters, because he is historically against abortion. And I don't know. I just think he's kind of like a lame-o.
Yeah, it's a great word. I was going to call him a wiener.
Yeah, he's a wiener. But
he's a maca wiener.
Maca wiener without the cheese sauce.
Yeah, I mean, he just I just thinking about the vice presidential debate when he kind of kept trying to burn Pence, and Pence was just kind of like, what this is not professional, and it just made him look stupid, and that's kind of. I mean, Hillary does that too. It's always like the one-liners. Now I can't even remember some of the attempted burns on the trumped up trickle down.
Oh yeah,
just stuff like that.
Why didn't anybody stop that? That was terrible.
I mean, I also think all of her slogans are. I'm not giving I'm sure that she's not the one coming up with them. I'm not blaming her per se, but I think "Love Trumps Hate" is a terrible, terrible slogan. Every time I hear, they would always play a clip of it on NPR, and this little this is our election coverage, blah blah blah, and it always sounds to me like she's saying, "Oh, love Trump's hate, I love it, love that guy's hate,"
Right?
It's just so dumb. It's just not good. But anyway, I digress. But I think Tim Kaine's kind of the embodiment of that kind of corny ass.
Yeah, he is corny.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways she could have went, but I mean, the way things are rolling now. Maybe, even like and Elizabeth Warren maybe probably wouldn't have helped. Sorry.
Is Becca going to come into the
feel
studio?
sick.
Yeah, she's coming into the studio.
All right, we should get her a mic.
Yeah,
She can take my seat for. I'll take a little break.
Margaret
I'll
will
step
go out and bang her head against the wall.
All right. That's fair.
I just got a text from our boss that there may be some warm beer on the premises, so we'll have to check that out in case we need to medicate even more.
All right.
So
We
also I don't know. I don't think he has an ice chest up there. I don't know. It's pretty nice digs, so you never know.
Can I see? I
Yeah.
just wanna read what he said.
He can. He's listening, so. Yeah, and let me say this. Yes, most of us, 3/4 of us here, are not seasoned radio podcast people. But it's just, I guess, like broadcast professionals know how to, again, it's the mainstream media that are supposed to, I don't care about the, I don't care about the results. I only care about reporting the results, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But it's the air has certainly been left out of, taken out of this room, and so it's So I think that's where we're just kind of I don't think anybody expected this. Sorry, I'm scheduling a guest. I apologize.
All good.
That would be So we're gonna hopefully we'll have a call here. Sorry.
All good.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for supporting me through this. Alex is, of course, the broadcast professional in the room.
But I don't know anything. Just got that golden voice.
Yeah, that's all you need.
I was born like this. I didn't have a choice.
I'm actually starting to panic to the point that I may start pulling out some of my jokes that I told on the bus that didn't make it into the bus podcast.
Oh, yeah. All right, because now I can't edit them out.
Right, you can't edit them out. It's
Very
live.
clever. You planned this weeks ago.
I did. I'll write it and I'll do it live.
All right. Charlie, do you have any feelings on Tim Kaine?
I don't.
Yeah.
He's just like one of those. He's one of those. No, again, as an Uncle Joe guy, it's I like my vice presidents a little exciting. I want to know if something should happen to the president, then at least we're going to have a good time, whether they can legislate, so forth. So yeah, no, I really don't actually. Yeah, I mean, I don't like where Pence is coming from.
Right.
But again, I don't really put a lot of stock in who I vote for based on the vice president. So it's.
But he's just a heartbeat away.
Yeah, allegedly that's what they say. And the map is 136 Trump, 104 Clinton. And again, the big story here is, of course, is that we're still waiting on Pennsylvania, Ohio, and I don't think they're going to call these until, there's a good 90% or more of the vote in. So it's interesting. And the thing is, you can put Washington. Maybe I'll try and work up a map. And looks like we have a call. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Jim Bolus calling.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
Good.
Yeah. So you are at a Trump victory rally. Is that correct?
Well, we're at a Murphy
Okay.
victory rally. It happens to be a Republican victory rally.
Okay. So from the information I have is that you weren't really crazy about either candidate going into this election. Tell me a little bit about that.
That's correct.
What was it about? Let's take them together. What was it about? Let's take Clinton first. What was it about Clinton that kind of turned you off a little bit?
Well, I think it's again, we don't like monarchies in this country, and having two Bushes was one thing, but having two Clintons was another.
How is that different?
And I just thought it's just too much of an establishment, not enough newness, and questionable ethics and values. So,
Jim? How do you see where do you see two Bushes different than two Clintons? How do those differ in your mind?
Well, it's just that I think this country fares better when they bring in new ideas and less legacy type of things, carryover of cabinet members, and you go up and down the line of who they choose to support them in their presidencies, and there's a lot of similarity, not enough newness.
And what about Trump? Where were you turned off there? I mean, I could guess, but
yeah, I know. But I believe that he had a message that was attractive, but he was the wrong messenger. And it was too much about him, not enough about the message. And I think the message got lost in his egotism and narcissism.
Right. And so when you're looking at this, and I assume you are a registered Republican, I assume.
Yes.
So how do you decide when you go to the polls? I mean, what do you? And if you're comfortable, I'll ask you, who you voted for. But maybe what's the process that went through your mind when you're parsing that out? How do you decide which way to go?
Well, I'm taking a look at someone that has new ideas and someone that I think has an ethical background that you can trust in a position of power. And I kind of was attracted to Evan McMullen, who was a strong Republican, had good Republican ideas, and didn't have the ego and narcissism to go along with it. I think he's a good future contributor to the growth of the Republican Party.
Do you think so? Did you decide then to cast your vote for Trump?
No.
You didn't.
No.
So
I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for Clinton.
And do you feel like to you that's a decision that you felt? Did it come down for you at all that you had to make a decision that you could live with after this? That you could kind of look at yourself in the mirror and know that you didn't settle on the lesser of two evils argument that a lot of people have thrown out. Is that something that you thought of there?
I don't think we're obligated to vote for candidates we don't like. I think we have a very strong Congress with Republican representation in the House and the Senate. We have the vast majority of governorships in the state houses. And so I don't feel that by not voting for a Republican presidential candidate that we're unweakening the Republican Party. I think we're strong enough without someone like Trump in the White House.
And do you think that ultimately, if enough Republicans sort of rebuke Trump, that's going to be some way to bring the party? Because the party, I would think, there's definitely at least a minor fracture, if not larger than that, in the Republican Party, especially in the waning days, the waning weeks of this election. Do you think that's going to be how the Republican Party sort of gets itself back together, as moving past Trump, regardless of what happens today?
Well, I think they have to look for people that have the message that resonated with the American people, that can carry it forward in a more constructive way. I think Trump trips up on himself, and he doesn't have an attention span over a 7-year-old. And I think you need somebody in there that's able to carry the message consistently forward and be able to truly implement what needs to be done.
Right. Well, Jim Bolles tonight at a Republican victory party. So let me ask you one more thing, and I'm used to being in print and not a radio guy. But so tell me, as you're seeing things unfold right now, are you surprised the way they're unfolding?
I've looked at. No, I'm not. I think what this is going to do is it's Clinton wins, which by all polls indicate at the margins necessary to satiate the mandate, and that the American people have sent a message to the political establishment in this country that they better perform and listen to the people instead of just listening to what takes place in Washington, D.C.
I think we can probably agree on that. Jim Bolles, thank you so much for taking the time tonight.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. So it was sort of interesting. And I actually, the one thing he said, that if you know, again, if you're still going to stick with the polls and the polls say that, Hillary's going to win, it's just obviously not going to happen by, 9:30, a half hour ago, like we all maybe thought it was going to. It kind of goes to what Margaret was saying earlier about Clinton. I think maybe one of the best things that could happen is that she doesn't win in a landslide. Perhaps is that it's not as Jim, who called in, and I'll get the I'm spacing on the location of that Republican event. It's not in a undisclosed cave or anything like that, but actually in an establishment. But I think that perhaps Clinton not winning in a landslide, if she were to pull this out, could be the best thing that happens to again get back to what we talked about earlier about this progressive agenda that Bernie Sanders brought forward, about having her continue to that's something that's going to have to be dealt with. So
we also have an update coming from Ryan Dito. As some people at that party are responding a little bit as we are in this room. And so he's going to update us on that in a minute. All right. Charlie, any updates from returns?
It's still sitting at 139, 104 favor Clinton, or I'm sorry, favor Trump. But again, all those states that were too close to call a half hour ago are still too close to call, or an hour ago even. So we're going to be the big states, Michigan, Wisconsin, where Trump is leading Wisconsin, I think. He's also leading Ohio. So it's going to be interesting to see how these come down. So I actually have a question for Margaret. So obviously you, as we talked about, none of us in this room are probably like full-on Clinton or whatever, but is like the flip side is the fact that Trump could be the president. Does that change at all your opinion or make you like long for a Clinton presidency more than when you walked in the room? Because I think that I'm feeling that for sure.
I definitely, I feel I was very confident that she was going to win. And yeah, I mean, I feel like I almost hadn't even, allowed myself to really mentally prepare myself for Trump winning. And I think that there's going to be a lot of, if Clinton loses, there's going to be a lot of criticism of the left that was critical of Clinton, because a lot of people on the left were very critical of her. And I'm thinking about whether there's a point where it's like, Lindy West had an article in The Guardian that was like, it's not enough to talk about why Trump sucks. We have to talk about why Clinton rules. And it's like, well, I mean, I don't really. I think I still believe that there's, voters are under. I mean, I think what our previous caller said is true, that we are not obligated to vote for candidates that we don't like. And right. I mean, and if you have. I think it's still okay that if people who had serious problems with Clinton were outspokenly anti those things. Right. And so it's just going to kind of suck when everybody's piling on the blame on people who had very serious problems with moral problems with Clinton. So I don't know. I mean, I still am very stressed right now, but
yeah.
Yeah, I think also.
I mean, I voted for her, so.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so obviously it's. And I think probably Margaret more than anybody else who's shown sort of at least in my world anyway, who's shown sort of a. Not a complete comfort level, obviously, with Clinton. it did take you some time, I think, to get to the point that you were at least comfortable going in to vote for her. And, as our previous caller said, I think that's, he decided not to do either. And I don't know. I think in a way that's, I don't know, God forbid I, say a Republican did something, gutsy. But, I think that in a way that's kind of gutsy because his candidate needs votes and he's in a swing state and he decided that candidate didn't stand for what he believed his party stood for, so he didn't vote for him. I would have been a good guy to actually have a talk about Democrat-Republican talk with.
Well, I think that this election, I think more than others, I've been there's always this idea of this concept of undecideds, and it's what is wrong with them? How can you be undecided in any presidential election? But I think that maybe that becomes I don't know whether to vote for Trump or Clinton, but it's really I don't know whether to vote at all. I don't know whether to vote for the person that I, Hillary or a third party or Trump or a third party or whatever. And I think that at least I have a lot of evangelical friends that I read their posts on Facebook and. I think most of the ones I actually am actual friends with have abstained or voted for a third party because they just it's for a lot of them things like abortion are a really big issue, which I don't agree with their position on that, but it's they're not buying into the idea that Trump is somehow we talked about before this idea of God testing people who believe that God is testing them with Trump. So I don't know. It is kind of a brave thing in a way to not vote or to, I don't know. I guess as I'm talking about it, it's I don't exactly know what I believe about what your duty is to vote. Because I think it's also true that, voting rights are hard won and we shouldn't necessarily dismiss them, but I think that the right to not vote for good reason is also legitimate.
Actually, people who go to vote on a state race or something and just sort of ignore the federal races because they, I think as a lot of people think is it's the state and local government where they need to. As he said, the Republicans are still going to control the House of Representatives. They're still going to control our state house. Both houses, both chambers, they're still going to control that. They may not get a governor in Harrisburg. The Republicans may not get a governor in Harrisburg again for maybe the next 2 or 3 cycles. I had Terry Madonna, the great pollster from Franklin and Marshall College, tell me during the last gubernatorial election that he thought that Democrats were probably going to win the governor's share the next 4 or 5 election cycles. It could take that long for the Republicans to sort of recycle through that. But, when you've got control of the House and the Senate, you don't necessarily need the White House. And so, it's a strange night. By the way, conservative Fox News has it 150, 122 for Trump, which is the same. The 150 is the same, but they're calling Virginia for Clinton. So that's a pretty big pickup, and not one I think that she was expected to win. So it's sort of that give and you take kind of philosophy there.
That Tim Kaine effect.
Yes, yeah. That's 13 electoral votes that you didn't think she maybe necessarily needed before, but she needs now. So. That's going to take some of the sting out of maybe losing, at least part of the sting out of losing something like Florida, if that's what comes down. So
right. Charlie, have you ever been thoroughly surprised by an outcome?
Yeah.
I was surprised by Kerry losing.
Yeah. No, extremely. I didn't think that did anybody think that George fucking Bush had a chance to beat anybody after the election was stolen? I'll say it. I know it's but it was. A guy wins the popular vote, and it was stolen because the conservative Supreme Court ruled in favor of their candidate, and they stopped the recount in Florida, or else Al Gore would have won the White House.
Yeah.
But again, as Margaret and I have talked many times this week, Al Gore also would have won the White House if he just would have won his own goddamn state. So it's sort of tough to to pin it all on that. But
Ralph Nader.
I was gonna say, and then it's always Ralph Nader's fault.
Ralph
Ralph
Nader.
Neighbor.
Oh, Ralph Neighbor.
Won't you be Ralph Neighbor? Yeah, so that one was. I mean, the Gore thing, just the whole thing was just really strange, and I don't think anybody. I don't know that I was surprised that Gore lost. I was surprised, obviously, that 2000 went down the way it did. Right. But yeah, no, I expected John Kerry to beat George Bush pretty handily, and of course he didn't. So.
Well, see, in 2012, I had this cousin. I still have him in 2016. And because he's almost certainly not listening, and he's like kind of like the black sheep Republican in my very liberal family, and he adored George Bush. And I remember he had this portrait of him on the wall, like a photograph, like his presidential portrait, and just finding that to be the weirdest thing. And then in 2012. He likes to rib my mom because she's a big liberal, and he likes to kind of get into it with her. And he kept saying in the lead up to that election that it was going to be a landslide for Romney, and that it would be unheard of, like, because Obama is just like the worst person in the world.
Right.
And I have to be honest, it was such a great feeling that he lost by 5 million votes, and it was just like, ooh, like God, that just felt really good.
Obama winning in 2012 is why I was so confident about tonight, because again, I was pretty sure Obama was going to win in 2012, but I thought it was going to be a whole lot closer than it was, because again, the everything. The talk was like you can be convinced that, it's not going to be like I thought it was, so we're fucked, and then so I was very confident coming into this one that it was going to be another sort of walk in the park, and so I guess in a way I was surprised, but the biggest surprise I think was Kerry.
Well, they're very similar just in that they both have these big events in their first term, and you go. And one side just goes, well, how can we possibly, 9/11, 2 wars, how can we possibly keep this guy?
Yeah.
And the other side says, well, how can we get rid of him now? He's
He's
how we got here.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, it's very, to lose a war president, even when he's the motherfucker who starts the war, is sort of, we have a CNN projection, New Mexico to Hillary Clinton.
There's a New Mexico?
There's a New Mexico, as opposed to Old Mexico.
Who's winning Old Mexico? Probably Hillary.
No, yeah, I would think that would. Missouri goes to Donald Trump. Do you have an ETA on Ryan's call in?
No,
because I have Steven ready to call in.
Yeah, let's get Steve. Ryan was supposed to call.
Yeah.
14 minutes ago.
Tell him Steven's. Text him and tell him Steven's calling in.
All right.
And to cool his jets over there.
Cool your jets.
With
He's
the
gonna be like,
Dems.
why?
Why? So it's we're looking at about 149 to 10 something there. I just missed that number coming up. 149 to 109 is why I thought. I don't think they added that in yet.
All right. While we wait for Ryan's call. Wow, that was quick. Hello.
Hello?
Is this Steven?
Yes, this is.
What's up, buddy?
Stephen Caruso, City Paper intern's been out all day making sure the students of the University of Pittsburgh are given their right to vote and get free hot dogs and tacos and shit outside of Soldiers and Sailors. So Stephen also just hooked up that call with Jim Bolus, a Republican who called in. That was a good call. He was quick to say, Stephen, that he wasn't at a Trump victory party. He was at a Republican victory party. What's the feeling over there as the results are coming in so far as they have been?
Well, it's a mix of actually a little bit of disbelief. There are a couple people, one person I talked to thought Clinton was going to win by 300, or with at least 300 electoral votes. So he was shocked. He had a cigar ready in his pocket. He was not expecting to have any sort of Republican in the White House. Then there were a couple people who were nervous because they didn't think it was going to be this close. They thought Trump would just blow out the election.
Right.
So it's kind of just all over the place. I mean, there's definitely a sense of anticipation, and we actually have somebody speaking at the podium right now.
Who is that? Who's speaking now, Stephen? Because the connection is impeccable. It's really great audio sound we've sent you out there with. So do you get the sense over there that people are that people are? Well, first of all, I don't know, how does somebody walk into this thinking that Donald Trump's going to win in a landslide? I guess those people really do exist, huh?
Oh yeah, covering Trump rallies, most Trump supporters think he's going to win in a landslide. Like that whole, the Democrats can only win with fraud is very, like, they believe that because they truly think that, like, everyone they know, they think is like-minded like them.
Right.
And think that Trump is universally loved. And I think that we comment on both sides in this election. People are kind of in a bubble. You talk to a Democrat, they think, oh, there's no way that Clinton doesn't win. You talk to a Republican, most of them, oh, there's no way Trump doesn't win.
Right. What is anybody over there talking about some of the other races? The Toomey McGinty race, for example, which is just McGinty had pretty good lead most of the night, but it's really tightened up over there. Are people over there talking about that race, looking at that race with as much of a close eye as they are the presidential?
Not that I've heard. I haven't directly asked the question, but just in brief conversations off the record and just hearing what's going on around me. I haven't really heard Toomey McGinty. I mean, most of the focus has been, and seems like almost disbelief at how tight this election is, and just celebrating two more or less, unopposed elections.
So in the age of Donald Trump, what exactly do Republicans say off the record? Because I don't think...
Good question.
I said, so in the age of Donald Trump, where, you say whatever's on your mind or whatever pops in your head, or you do whatever pops in your head, what exactly is off the record by a Republican at this point in history? It's sort of like they say what they think.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I think everything is justified in their heads. I sat down with a gentleman. He was an Iraq War veteran, and he made it very clear how he wanted it to be said was that his experience in Iraq made him think that Islamic culture wants it his way or the highway, their way or the highway, and he thought that they just did not get along with American culture. They would take it over and not respect it. And he was very, very firm that he thought that was not Islamophobia, and that that's just the way things are. It's kind of, it's that putting everything behind it. I tell it like it is.
Right. And are people over there talking about the main Trump tropes like building walls and keeping out Muslims? I mean, are people over there? I mean, do they openly talking about this stuff? Or are they like, oh, thank God, we're finally gonna be able to build that goddamn wall? I mean, how are they? How are they? Talking about their candidate there?
Not here. Really, I haven't met too many huge Trump supporters, if you will, here. I've met just a wide variety of Republicans who mostly seem to be friends and family of Tim Murphy and a guy, I can't say his last name.
Guy Rechtensteller.
We'll fix it in post.
Say it kind of fast. No, but just on the street, young Republicans are very much into it. There was a whole thing with Trump Republicans for Trump canvassing on our campus. They loved yelling about how much they love the wall. They loved chanting "Lock her up." I had many people tell me how I ran into a lot of college Republicans when I was talking to people who just voted, and a lot of them said Hillary is a criminal, straight up. She's corrupt. She's a criminal. She will bankrupt this country out of her own greed.
Yeah, we were particularly impressed with one of your interviews today where someone said they'd rather vote for a crude than a literal criminal, which, it's just... So not only were you talking to college students today, you are a college student also. Where do you think a lot of people's... where do you think a lot of people are getting sort of this stuff that they're saying? Do you think that they're making that informed opinion themselves based on the Trump rhetoric? Is it still sort of like that idea of where they grew up? They're still sort of maybe talking or living by their parents' values. Where do you think most college students are sort of getting, especially the ones that you wouldn't necessarily expect going for Donald Trump? Where do you think that's born out of?
I think it's exactly what you said. It's born out of where they were born. Talking to one person here, she seemed not college age, but just a little bit older. I asked her, she said, I always vote Republican. I asked her, why do you vote Republican? And she kind of just said, well, I haven't really thought about it. I just do. But I think it's very, kind of going back to something I said, it's very easy to make yourself a bubble, I think, in this age, and just look at whatever info you want. I've communicated with a couple of Trump people who were very concerned about me quoting them correctly, so insisted I give them contact info. Invariably, when they usually would email me, they'd always include links to these, WorldNet Daily, just off the beaten path news sources that you read them and you realize that, as professional journalists, this is something that you couldn't get published really anywhere else but, kind of a news source that caters to a specific ideology. And so, I hate to make it. I don't think Trump supporters are just uninformed. I think it's very easy for people to just find ways to try and reinforce what they already believe.
Right. Well, Stephen, thanks so much for calling in, and thank you so much for the great reporting all day today. You're going to stick it out there a little while longer, and we'll see how it goes, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you here in a little bit once these results get a little more sussed out, as they say.
All right. Thanks a lot, Charlie. Thanks a lot, Alex.
Thanks.
Keep it safe in the bunker up there.
Will do. Thanks, Stephen.
See you, Steve.
All right, see ya. Bye.
All right, we're having a changing of
We are.
The guard. Are you leaving, or are you just going to take a break? All right, and we're joined now by staff editor Becca Addison.
That's news editor.
What'd I say?
Staff editor.
Oh.
Somebody's had some warm beers.
Edits the staff. She fires them.
Right, exactly. She edits the staff. You are a mistake. I'm going to get rid of you right now. Welcome, Rebecca.
Sure.
So yeah, we're going to be expecting soon a call from Ryan Dito, who is over at the Democratic Victory Party at the IBEW, where people are crying in the cheese sauce, it sounds like, at this moment. So we're going to hear from him shortly, and I would be interested to kind of figure out or see where they, where the minds of the people who watch this stuff, where they think this is going or how they see this map shaking out. And as I look at some of the results that are coming in, and you think, well, it's only 40 or 50%. The Katie McGinty was pretty soundly beating Pat Toomey for a long time, and that race has tightened up tremendously.
Where's it at now?
It is. Let me get a refresh here for you. But it's 70% of the vote is in. And McGinty is up about 49 to 46.5. So she actually is open up there just a little bit more. But the popular vote, they're separated by less than 100,000 votes. So that race has certainly tightened up. McGinty had a huge lead on Toomey earlier. So we'll turn it over to. We'll talk a little bit to
There he is.
Before I turn over to Rebecca, we've got Ryan on the phone.
All right.
I assume.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, how's it going, How's it going, guys?
It's very good. Becca is now here. Margaret's out in the hall, just so you don't address her.
Cool.
Don't ask any music questions.
Yeah.
All right, man. So what are you seeing over there?
Got a flurry. It's just it's getting pretty nerve-wracking, I think, among everyone sitting around. I actually just as I walked out to quiet space, I saw Councilwoman. What's her name?
Natalia Rudiak?
Rudiak. Yeah. She was obsessively checking her phone, over and over again.
Oh,
so I think, and just a few minutes ago, actually.
Hey, Ryan. Let's. Donald Trump was just declared the winner in Ohio.
Oh.
Which is a major.
Yeah.
A major loss. It's a major loss for Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Trump now takes a 167 to 109 lead.
It's actually looking like his path is becoming a lot clearer, and which is I don't think sitting well with anyone, anyone here,
right.
The mayor and the county exec and Congressman Doyle, just a few minutes ago, were trying to rally everybody and get everyone clapping and talking about the gains in Allegheny County, but actually just checked. Here in PA, I know, it looks like Trump's going to take Erie County, which wasn't even close when Obama won in
2012.
So yeah, it's pretty nerve-wracking. I think a lot of people aren't really talking and kind of just like doing weird, nervous laughs.
That's what it's like here.
You know?
That is what it's like here.
Yeah.
I would like to say that we're just not professionals who don't know what we're doing, but I think we really did legitimately run out of steam. It's just you don't know what to say, you know, when you're looking at this situation that you thought was going to go one way, and it still may go that way. I mean, there's still, you know, but I didn't expect it to be this close.
Yeah.
It feels like actually Pennsylvania is going to be a lot more important than once thought, you know.
Hey, Ryan, you mentioned something about Peduto making a speech before. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah. He was just, he was saying that, basically that, it's going to be a long night here, and that, Pennsylvania really is going to be a firewall. Him and Congressman Doyle kept using the term firewall over and over again. But yeah, it got everyone excited for about like 2 minutes, and then they were back to, I don't know, checking their phones and just basically like, there's big CNN played up on the screen, and people are just, like following it's every word. Wolf Blitzer's every word.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, what is the? Is there a game plan over there for like speeches, or is it just sort of, is it when people need a boost, somebody gets up?
It doesn't seem like there's a game plan. It really felt like, when the county executive and everyone else just, went to speech, it almost seemed, impromptu, and didn't seem like anybody had anything planned. I talked to the, Hillary campaign people, and they weren't aware of anything planned or anything, and they were, saying they were optimistic, and but talked about their ground game and just typical, campaign speak BS. But it's definitely tense here. I'll say that.
Wow. They're just kind of so far now with less than 50% of the votes in Wisconsin and Michigan, Trump is ahead. But again, those are both less than 50. Now 95% of the vote in Florida.
It doesn't look like she can win there.
No, it doesn't look like there's probably a path in Florida. It depends on, because I think a lot of the votes down in Miami-Dade and so forth have already been counted. Arizona, Trump has a about a 33,000 vote lead there. So it's funny. We started this night talking about what possible path to victory Trump has, and now I think we're looking at this map trying to figure out what path to victory does Clinton have. And I think she has a very clear path to victory. I mean, it's still there. I mean, it's by no means dead. I mean, she could lose quite a bit here still, and because you're counting on a certain number of states, particularly out west, that are going to go her way, barring.
Oh, we just got a cheer here. Hold on, I'm going to in real quick.
Ryan has a cheer.
1 second. You guys keep talking.
Oh.
No problem.
What are they? What? Oh, maybe there could be a state. It could be a state race.
I don't know. I guess she won New Mexico or something irrelevant. I don't really know.
Yeah, I think that we've had the New Mexico.
Yeah, didn't we have that a while?
Well, yeah, we've had the New Mexico blue for a while.
I made my New Mexico.
Did somebody pause over there? Clinton is up quite a bit in Iowa. Well, it's only 19% of the vote, but Pennsylvania, I think it's 51%. Hillary Clinton is 167,000 votes ahead. I don't think Pennsylvania is in any. I don't think Pennsylvania is up for grabs at this point. But it's Minnesota or Minnesota. It's Minnesota. I'm sorry, Michigan and Wisconsin are the two, and right now Trump is.
That seems like it's got to be some of those. I don't know, some of those places that usually. I don't know. I think a lot of people thought that it was going to be. It definitely, the feeling was this was going to be an easy victory when everyone was walking midnight. Everyone was just very relaxed. They were getting their drinks. Everyone was smiling. And now it's definitely a lot tenser.
Ryan, is anybody over there talking about the Senate race?
Yeah, actually, Peduto spoke about it a lot, and he said that, Allegheny County was going to, basically win McGinty, the seat. And if you look at the numbers right now, at least last time I checked, it actually looked like McGinty was outperforming, Clinton. So she actually had more votes than, Clinton did. So
in Allegheny County.
I don't know that. No, total.
Total. Yeah, no, you're correct.
Yeah, and so but not too much. I think most people are just really focused on seeing how Clinton can win some of these important states.
Yeah, she's just there's again about 73% of the vote in, and McGinty's opened up a little bit wider on Toomey again. So, it's obviously too close to call at this point. I think the Attorney General race, Josh Shapiro, John Rafferty. It looks like Shapiro is up pretty good there, a couple 100,000 votes.
Yeah, I've been following that too. And that looks like, those are safe. So it's kind of surprising to see, Clinton not just have a similar lead there. So looks like there might have been some, Democrats switching over. I don't know, voting for Trump and maybe also voting for McGinty and Shapiro.
Right. Alrighty, Ryan, get in there and try and rally the troops. Ryan, we have to ask you a question that might seem a little odd to you. Do they have cheese sauce over there in hot dogs?
Yes, and I actually ate a hot dog and some cheese sauce.
Okay.
Wow. But I did not.
You did not drop the hot dogs into the cheese sauce.
I did not drop anything.
You probably weren't privy to this because you're where you are, but we had Lauren Daly on a show a little bit ago, and she talked about the story dropping the hot dogs into the cheese and actually splashing the cheese onto Rich Fitzgerald's suit. So,
wow.
So definitely be careful over there. You end up paying her bill, so to speak.
If it turns out that Clinton loses here, I think I could spill as much cheese sauce I want on anybody, and they're still not going to notice.
Alrighty, Ryan. Well, we will wait for your next report. Keep us updated.
All right. Okay. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
So the big Democratic stronghold starting to get a little nervous over there, like we all are.
Yeah.
So Rebecca, how are you doing?
Yeah.
Rebecca, you're a fresh voice here. Are you panicking as much as everyone else, or?
So, I guess because I don't know as much about which states hold how many votes, I was not worried until I talked to you guys, and you guys seemed really depressed, and then I was like, oh, so what I'm seeing in my stress is real. I'm not missing the fact that the states they're taking don't really matter.
Yeah, no, it's Florida is big. Florida's big, and like I said, right now she's losing Wisconsin and Michigan, and that's she looks like she's going to win Colorado. It looks like
I just want to say that according to Twitter, assisted suicide is now legal in Colorado. So.
Well, yeah, that may come in handy. Get high and say goodbye. That could be their new motto. Get high and say goodbye. Welcome to Colorado. Yes, I know that's off-putting, folks. So I'm actually going to try and fix this map up and see if we can do some Wolf Blitzering.
Oh, cool!
And see if we can't figure out a little bit of this situation, as they say.
Charlie
this
Beach
shiz
in the CP Situation Room.
Yes. So Rebecca, let's talk a little bit about your day today. You were out at some polling places. Talk a little bit about what you saw and the folks you talked to.
So I guess it's just the nature of being in Pittsburgh, which is such a democratic city. But, until probably an hour ago, I was not worried at all based on my conversations with people. I saw very few Trump supporters, and even people who in neighborhoods that you thought might, have more Trump supporters than others. The white male vote that I talked to, even they were so much against Trump that I really felt pretty confident. I guess one thing that, could have been predictive of what we're seeing now is that I did talk to a lot of people who voted for Clinton, but that were not in love with her. I talked to a lot of people, probably 50% of the people who I talked to who voted for Clinton said something about not really liking her, and that they were just choosing the lesser of two evils because they were so frightened by Trump.
Do we buy into the idea that there are a lot of closet Trump supporters?
I didn't. If I'm being honest.
Yeah. It didn't seem likely.
I don't think that they're closeted just in this day and age where everyone has the forum to voice their opinions. I mean, like, don't we all remember growing up and everyone would say, like, you don't say who you vote for, like, you don't talk about who you're voting for. Well, I don't think that's been the case in this election whatsoever, just because of things like Facebook. Like, I feel like I know who everyone's voting for.
Right, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, people actually, that's something too that's changed over the years. My mother still won't tell you who she's voting for until after the fact. If she sees you disappointed, she'll tell you probably what you want to hear. But she did. She voted for Barack Obama the last two elections. I'm not so sure what she did today, actually, but people didn't even talk about it. Now it's, like, for example, Steven and our different reporters out, when you were out today, you asked a lot of people who, if you don't mind, who did you vote for? And there was a time when people would get pissed off if you asked that question. And so...
Yeah. Exactly. And that's why I worded it exactly like you said. Do you mind if I ask who you voted for? Because I was just, like, raised that, like, you don't ask people that. Yeah. Which just seems so counterintuitive to our political process today and, the discourse that we have going on.
Yeah. All right, so Becca, just to rewind your day a little bit, you spoke with Maureen Bolden from the Black Political Empowerment Project. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I checked in with them because they serve as kind of a hub. You're supposed to call in the main election hotline if you have troubles at the polls, but they serve as kind of like a local hub for, not just people who know them, but people looking for kind of a more personal connection. You don't want to just call some hotline that you don't know who's manning it.
Right.
So they served as like an outlet for that. And mostly I talked to her about the great things that some of the people who are involved with the Black Political Empowerment Project were doing. For instance, as I'm sure, other people heard throughout the day, there were a lot of polling places changing. So there were at least 3 places that had closed down, and there was a group of women who kind of like camped out overnight so that they would be there when the polls opened to drive people to the correct polling place if they had showed up at this wrong one.
Wow.
And I just thought that was, awesome that, these people were going out of their way to do that. And that's mostly the stories that she told me about people. She said they had even more volunteers than they've ever had to drive people to the polls who couldn't, get out of their houses. And that's mostly what I talked about. The only thing that she said that she heard people reporting was that one person called in to say that there were some, Trump supporters intimidating people at the polls in Penn Hills on Graham Street. I don't know if you talked about this earlier.
No.
So we couldn't get confirmation because we got the report at 4:30, and apparently if you're, the head of a police department, you leave at 4. And the people who are in charge of police department, like the heads, so Penn Hills police chief and the county sheriff's chief were the only 2 people who could confirm this, and they both were gone for the day by the time we called because crime doesn't happen at night. So we couldn't confirm that happened, and no one had received any reports, but it was a very specific report. And I believe I found the polling location. That was this church. And I spoke to the reverend, but he wasn't on site, so he couldn't confirm that it happened either. But I guess we'll just stay tuned to find out if anything like that has been confirmed. But mostly when I talked to people who were at the polls, who were serving as the poll protection, volunteers, they said that they had heard so many rumors of plans for people to come into the city and intimidate voters.
Right.
One major thing that I heard was that people were going to be carrying firearms outside the polls to intimidate people. But none of that happened as far as all the people I've talked to. So it was good. It's a boring day to be a journalist in Pittsburgh, but it's good for the political process.
Yeah. So what was the rest of your, what have you been doing tonight?
So I went to the We the People election party that was at the Kelly Strayhorn Theater in East Liberty, and that was put on by Janera Solomon, who is a pretty big figure in the arts community here in Pittsburgh, as well as Knowledge Hudson, who's been an activist in Pittsburgh for a very long time.
Yeah.
And the theme of their party was the Constitution. So everyone got a constitution at the door, which is pretty cool. And they just wanted people to understand, the voting process and where the way we vote today comes from, and how it comes from the Constitution.
Right.
Something that I thought was really interesting is they started off by just reading the Constitution straight. Just, for instance, Article 2. Well, so they said their original plan was to actually, read the entire Constitution with, a little follow-along, ball, and, sing-along songs. But they obviously realized that would be kind of boring.
Yeah, it's like Andy Kaufman reading Great Gatsby. Yeah.
Yeah. But so
that'd be awesome, actually.
The one part that I did hear that they read, basically a huge chunk was about the presidential election, and that was interesting. But then other things were just one woman read a poem that was inspired to, the amendment that gave women the right to vote, and she stood up there with her daughter. So that was kind of cool. And yeah, so it was just people talking about different aspects of the Constitution and how they relate to today in the presidential election.
Right.
Then later I went to the Burgers for Bernie party.
Burgers for Bernie.
Yeah. I thought there were going to be actual cheeseburgers involved, but there were not.
Wait, what?
That wasn't the menu? That should at least be on the menu.
I know, right? Well, it was at Brillo Box, so burgers are on the menu, but there was no one talking about cheeseburgers. So
it's a missed opportunity.
They had a couple speeches from, people who were obviously huge supporters of Bernie Sanders in the primary. But the co-founder of the organization actually, he got up and he gave a talk, and his name was Alex Austin. And he said that he, up until the last minute was out campaigning for Hillary. And, he made a big point of saying that, I'm with her, obviously, and that, that despite the fact that Bernie Sanders obviously didn't end up being the Democratic nominee, that, as a lot of people have said, the policies that he supported did end up gaining a lot of prominence throughout this election, and that, after the election's over, they were very confident, by the way, that Hillary was going to win,
right.
But that after this election is over, that they'll continue to push for the progressive, agenda that he put in place.
Cool.
Fantastic.
Anything going on over there, Charlie?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm Wolf Blitzered in the map here. Yeah, it's not.
How scary is it, Charlie?
I think it's so. Okay, let's. So, I've taken some liberties based on what we know and what looks to be. I've given Hillary Clinton Pennsylvania. Virginia's called for her, or Fox News called Virginia for her, so I gave her Virginia. So Florida has actually tightened up. Florida is looks like it's about less than 100,000 votes at this point, and there's 1 or 2%. It looks basically like there's some votes up in Jacksonville that still need counted, and there are some votes in near Tampa that also need counted. So, Jacksonville's pretty red. Tampa is fairly blue. So, who knows how that'll shake out? So I don't want to do that, but Trump is winning fairly. So I give Clinton Washington, Oregon, California, New Mexico, Colorado, and Iowa. Those are the ones that we haven't really seen yet. And I come with a Clinton 231 lead to Trump 169. But that leaves a lot of states still, sort of out there. So the way things are leaning right now, Michigan goes to Trump, Wisconsin goes to Trump. That's 231 to 195. North Carolina, again, right now is too close to call. It's going to be important. So let's take that out. Let's give Trump Florida on top of Wisconsin, Minnesota. He's now at 224 to 231. Trump's going to get Georgia. It's Trump's going to get Utah. He's slaughtering Clinton in Utah. So it's ugly. I just don't see, without one of Florida, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and that may, I don't know. Right. Yeah. So it's gonna be tight. I think it's gonna be tight coming down the wire.
All right, let's go to a quick break.
That's a good idea.
All right.
On that note. What?
All right. We're coming back. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
All right. So we added a mic, and Becca's not here right now, but she's still here. And now we have 4 people, 4 mics. Everything's turning around. Everything's coming up, Margaret.
Oh, yeah. Everything looks great.
Oh, is the bottle in the shot?
Tonight the bottle.
Label out?
Tonight the bottle let me down.
All right, Charlie, any changes since we last?
Yeah, it looks like, according to the results from the Pennsylvania Department of State, Donald Trump has taken the lead over Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania with 82%. Let me make sure I'm not hitting, I'm looking statewide. 82% of the vote is in. It's got it's got Trump at 48.5 to Clinton's 47.9. I mean, we're talking about less than 30,000 votes. Down in the Senate race, that also is tightened up. Toomey is now taking a lead, and Toomey is up by about 12,000 votes, maybe. I mean, this is one of the tightest elections I've ever seen in my life. It's definitely the haves and the have-what-nots, as you're fond of saying, Margaret.
The what-haves and
the what-haves and the what-have-nots. This is like I don't know. Is it feeling like is it feeling like a class battle? Is it? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. It's like the thing we were talking about before, where it's like that classic. Well, I don't know anybody who voted for him.
Right?
That like looking out the window and trying to predict climate change because it's warm out. Or it's raining here, so it's got to be raining everywhere. But I think I have fallen into that.
Yeah, I'm realizing. I think. Like you when it's happening, you really don't know. I mean, you try to be somewhat aware of it, but when Stephen, is that his name? When he was talking about, sorry Stephen if you're listening, when he was talking about people being in their own bubbles, that really made me depressed because it just suddenly seemed so true. Because I was looking at Twitter today and seeing like tweets from Trump supporters who were like, there's no way Trump's going to win. And I'm like, oh, you idiots. Just because, like, no one around you has a Hillary sign, you think that Trump's going to win. And I'm like, oh, okay. Whoops.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I saw, I think it was yesterday, one of my Facebook friends who I don't really talk to, but who had been completely neutral the entire election, finally posted something about supporting Hillary, and all of her friends jumped on her because she lives in the area we've been talking about, the North Hills, that apparently is like Trump Central for near Pennsylvania. So all of her friends from out there jumped on her and were like, obviously like flipping out, and they were very pro-Trump. And someone said something like, everyone I know is voting for Trump, so Hillary doesn't have a chance. And I remember thinking, yeah, that's because of where you live. Everyone I know is voting for Hillary. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I guess it's like what you said, like we kind of like live in our own little bubble. So my whole thing was that I know a lot of people who actually live in the North Hills, and every time I hang out with like, not them, but like their families, like if I go to one of their family parties, I'm trying to be very conscious of the fact that like I don't want to say anything about politics because I'm like, oh, they live in the North Hills, they're probably voting for Trump. But every single time I find out that they're voting for Hillary. So, like it wasn't just me being in my comfort zone in the city and, only knowing people in the city who, tend to be more progressive. I actually know a lot of people from outside areas who I was surprised to find weren't voting for Trump either. So,
well, that's been such a big narrative in this election of, a lot of Republicans are, turning around and voting for Hillary. And I mean, and I think that Trump was kind of trying to make that narrative happen with, a lot of Bernie supporters are voting for me, right. or but it just, maybe it's just hard to know what's real.
So what has everyone heard about election turnout today? Because at the polling places that I went to, everyone said that they've had, they always get more turnout for a presidential election, but that turnout has been even more than usual. So
even comparatively to 2012, right?
Yes. So if the fear is that, those people who said they weren't going to turn out because they didn't like Hillary and they were Bernie supporters, if that fear was true, you'd think that there wouldn't have been such a good turnout at the polls. So I don't think that would account for why Trump is doing so well right now.
Fox News is reporting that Donald Trump has won North Carolina.
They're projecting.
Projecting that Donald Trump will win. And I think that's for a while. I think that's been likely. So let me update my. Oh, I already did.
Check out my article on Mount Moriah tomorrow, where they talk about politics in North Carolina relevant to this.
Nice. I'm writing about a Pennsylvania band this week.
Oh, yeah?
I can tie that into when we mention Pennsylvania.
And for the first time in 3 years, I'm writing about nothing in tomorrow's paper.
Really?
Yeah.
How's that feel?
Isn't that crazy? I don't know. It feels really sad, actually.
Aww.
I even tried to pull in a last-minute Hail Mary before I left for vacation, and then
Just give me a critic's pick.
I was reading the emails while I was on vacation, and I found out that my story had been cut. So I was like, no.
Yeah, can't go on vacation in this business.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah.
Sorry, I cut your story.
I'm always getting KLO's cut when I'm gone.
You. Boy, I oughta.
Well, Michael, we didn't ask you, how was your voting experience today? Did you vote?
I did vote.
Okay. You got your M&Ms.
I went. It was very easy and very quick. I have been living in Mount Washington for 8 years now, and I have been voting at my old polling location for 7 years. So I've lived in 3 different Mount Washington locations, but I had never changed my address. So I had been voting at the same location all this time. So it was really fun to vote at the place that's actually near my house this morning.
Wait, what was the one that you did regularly before? Just because I lived in Mount Washington.
Yeah, so it's the one on the lower end of Mount Washington, on the corner of where Allentown, Beltsuver, and Mount Washington collide at the rec center down there.
Yeah.
The rec center that has a permanently empty pool that has never been filled.
Can I just point? I think it'd be really awesome to watch this and see two people not speaking, and to hear 2 people that you don't see.
Yeah.
You could maybe imagine that I'm speaking Charlie's thoughts
Yeah.
and you're speaking Margaret's thoughts.
This is great for viewers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we need a bigger camera.
Call in, viewers, please. I know that somebody's listening.
Right?
Yeah. That number.
Dave Rosenstrauss, are you still listening?
That number is
Call in.
412-316-3381.
Have people called in? Can I ask that? Has anyone?
Only.
Nobody unexpected.
Yeah, nobody unexpected. We had Ryan Dito.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Stephen Caruso and Jim something.
Does anyone want Mark Addison to come in? Call in?
Yeah, sure.
He does have we could get the foreigner perspective on the election. Oh, he's been here for a long time.
I'm sure he has some stuff to say about how, his country failed in Brexit, and now it looks like we're going down the same track.
If nothing else, a nice soothing British accent would do us all some good.
All right.
So,
what's he up to?
Nothing.
Okay.
He drove me around to 2 polling places this morning, so.
Isn't he a fucking peach?
He was off work, so.
All right. Pennsylvania results have seemed to trickle in, which makes me think that the
trumped up trickle in.
Trumped up trickle in.
Love trumps hate.
I love it. I'm never gonna be able to hear that. Well, I'm probably not gonna hear it a lot again, but still.
Yeah, I know.
That's really interesting.
McGinty
Love
has pulled ahead of Toomey once again with 85.73% of the precincts across the state reporting.
I really could, no joke, talk every single one of my family members into calling in right now if we'd be inclined.
So I really have a hard time seeing this happening.
What, Clinton?
Without Michigan or Wisconsin. I'm looking at the map. All right, let me give Maine to Clinton and let me give New Hampshire to Clinton, although that's not...
If only we had these visuals on screen.
Yeah.
If only there was a way we could...
I know talking about it kind of paints a good picture.
I want you to imagine It's like one of the TED Talks.
Yeah. Watch Wolf Blitzer and then imagine our like dots on his map.
I want you to get a pen and a piece of paper. I want you to draw an outline of the country. We're going to start at the top right with Maine. That's 4. Sorry.
Oh, that was soothing.
I'll take that. I'll continue that way too long.
We need some soothing right now.
Yeah. What are you looking at?
Does anyone want to call in and, sing us a lullaby?
Yeah.
Dave Rosenstrauss. Yeah, so we're still... Well, yeah, see, Michigan... Well, Michigan only got half the votes in, so maybe your Detroits and your Flints...
Oh, yeah.
Those areas, maybe those votes haven't been counted yet. Yeah, so that one probably is, too early to call. I thought they left North Carolina out there a little longer than they needed to. Wisconsin just about 60%, it looks like. It's up CNN projection. Although I think they start projecting that they're too early to call, which is kind of weird.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Yeah, again, that's just more stating what's current rather than looking towards anything.
Yeah.
We project it's going to be a long fucking night.
Oh, man.
I totally thought this was going to be quick.
I know, I did too.
Yeah, a lot of people did, I think.
I wouldn't have agreed to this if I had thought that it would drag out all
I
night.
want to be in bed. Oh. MSNBC has it 209 Clinton, 187 Trump at the moment. Now, Fox News, Fair and Balanced, has it 216 Trump, 202 Clinton.
Do we want to talk next steps? Like Trump
Sure.
wins, what do we do?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
What's life gonna hold for us?
Yeah.
Well, I've seen a lot of things posted on the internet about how to move to Canada.
Well, yeah, let's talk about where we would move.
Yeah, Canada seems like the easy one.
It does seem nice. I like Toronto.
Uh-huh.
Although they say Toronto.
Also Mexico, and then
Old
there'll be a
Mexico.
nice big
Yeah.
wall to
The
keep us
original.
away from Trump.
That's what I was going to say the same thing. If you go to Old Mexico, yeah, you can't get back in, which is awesome.
So I would definitely go to England because I feel like since I'm married to a Brit, I can get an easier.
You could probably
Yeah,
get
but-
some double citizenship.
But England is like the U.S. under Trump now.
Well, is it that bad?
I don't know.
I took Mark voting today so he could see the, political process at work. And I was like, the next 4 years, maybe you'll have your citizenship and you can vote too. And he was like, if Trump wins, I won't be allowed to vote in 4 years. That will be his plan.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's silly. But now I'm wondering.
He'll let British people vote. Come on.
Because they think like him, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the British, they love me. Love me. I know more about the British and the Queen. Love me.
I don't know. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah,
That's part of the problem,
I never
is that-
thought about it.
But also, I mean, even based on what he said, it's kind of hard to know what that
Yeah.
even means because he said so many things.
Or
where
so
where
little.
where his priorities are actually going
Right.
to be. I think honestly, if he wins, he's going to just be like, "Holy shit, I won!"
Yeah.
No, I think at this point he probably really does think he's going to win. I mean, not just at this point, but I mean, at some point when he got so close. This is fucking amazing. I don't.
We're really losing steam here.
Well, it's not even steam. It's just confusion on where to go because we don't know where this is going. I thought I knew where it was going when we started. I just didn't know the exact route it was going to take to get there, but I was pretty confident of where we were going. And now it's like someone hijacked the plane, not your typical terrorist, but like a homegrown terrorist, and they're flying us, God knows where. And I don't know where we're going. So how can I? It's just it's a situation I didn't expect any of us to be in at this point. Which maybe what I don't like the look of that. I don't know. Maybe we'll be a little more humble next time. Not humble. What's the word?
Well, I don't think that. I don't think that people weren't humble.
Yeah, humble's not the right word. Cocksure, I think is the word.
Cavalier.
Cavalier is an excellent word.
No, I actually, thinking back, Edward Snowden tweeted a couple weeks ago that this was a really good election to vote for a third party because it was so sure that Clinton was going to win.
Ooh.
And I'm not saying
you're blowing
that.
the whistle.
Yeah,
on Snowden.
I'm
Traitor.
He ruined us all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that. I mean, I've seen like on Twitter already, people are saying like, "Oh, every Jill Stein voter should be forced to live in Florida." I don't know if it's fair to say that she's the reason for Trump winning Florida, but
No, I don't think she is. Gary Johnson might be.
Everything I've been seeing has had like Gary Johnson has more votes than her.
So Gary
Jill
Johnson.
Stein gets a lot more shit than he does.
Yeah, no,
I wonder
you're
why,
right about
Margaret.
that.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Jill Stein in Florida, for example. Jill Stein, 16,000 votes. 63,000 votes. Someone named Daryl Castle got 16,000 votes. 63,000 votes. 200,000 votes, or 2% of the total vote for Gary Johnson.
Damn.
And then you've got Trump at 49, Clinton at 48, 4.57 to 4.44. And so, 200,000 would have made a difference if. But you can't say for sure that those are going to go.
What you can say for sure is life really is crazy, isn't it?
She's good.
She is.
Yeah. I also think it'll be really funny if Clinton wins, that we can listen back to this.
And just
Wow.
those were good times.
Now here's the question. I mean, there are a lot of states that are, a lot of states are close, and I mean there are ballots that haven't been counted and won't be counted. So, does Clinton, if it gets to that point, accept the results tonight? I don't know.
Twist.
Do you guys think we overestimated our country? Because that's how I feel right now.
Yeah, I know. It's weird to think about like what this means about the people who live in this country.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything good.
No.
I remember, everyone made fun of the Brexit vote here. Sure, we're going down that path, but we would never be as foolish to actually pull the trigger.
Mhm.
And now it's like, well, are we?
And also, that was the one time that we could gloat about something.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
true. We don't get the opportunity much.
No. And we probably won't for a long time.
Yeah. I don't know. The one thing that I've felt this whole election, but also if they were to win, was just like, it's unbelievable how much we disagree, or how much I disagree with the most ardent Trump supporter. There's this image of this guy grabbing his crotch going, build that wall at a Trump thing, like super fired up. And I remember just thinking, like, this is like a fucking alien. Like, I have nothing that I could agree with this guy about. And the fact, it was comforting to think, look at all these idiots.
Mm-hmm.
But when we're reading back these numbers of millions of people, it's just, I did underestimate, and I was cavalier.
You were
And now you must repent.
Yeah.
My problem is that I didn't think that those supporters were actually going to go out and vote. Like, there's this image that I saw of a woman with a T-shirt that says, Trump, you can grab my pussy whenever you want.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it doesn't surprise me. Like, I swear, like, I know a ton of girls like that who just, they aren't serious about politics. They see, like, they love reality television. This is all just kind of, in that vein for them. It's not political at all. They don't follow any of this. But I did not think that when the day came that those people were going to go out and vote. Like, I thought, this is another reality TV show that they're going to gossip about with their friends. Not they're actually going to take the action to do it.
Well, it's like mere hours ago we were laughing at those alt-right dudes who didn't vote because they didn't know they had to register.
Right.
And now it's just like, oh, if that actually wasn't very many.
No. So young and foolish.
I know. Yeah, we so long ago.
With a full pizza.
Full of hope.
Yesterday when I was young. So many happy songs were waiting to be sung. Go ahead, Alex.
Here's an interesting thing.
Yeah.
So one of the more interesting comparisons that happened in this election is that Hillary has a lot of things in her history as a politician that you can question, but Trump, as not a politician, doesn't have those things.
Mm-hmm.
So if he does become president, he's he's going to have to. He's going to lose some of his supporters. I know he said he could shoot somebody, but that was in order to get elected, that they would still follow him, because he's betting with house money, right? He's not actually having to be on the line for anything.
Right.
So what do you guys think would be a likely break, something that he could do in his first few months as president that would make his supporters turn on him?
Well, because he hasn't really been clear about any of his plans aside from things that are definitely not going to happen, especially like not for, even if there were to be a wall built, it's not going to happen for a long time.
Yeah.
And so he's been so vague that I think people can project anything that they want.
Yeah.
And I think that's really the problem is that, building a wall, okay, that's a prime example, right? But all he has to do is say, like, that because, as we all know, the president can't actually just go and do whatever they want. So all he has to do is say that he's being blocked by, Congress.
Yeah.
And he can get away with not fulfilling any of his promises.
Those clowns in Congress.
Yeah.
He'll probably say.
The clowns of his own party.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, he's really set himself up for...
I feel like he'll know that one, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of other things where he thinks he will be able to do it.
Mhm.
And he's going to go, wait, what? He's like, I get why Barack Obama did it.
He's not going to be able to build a wall.
Yes, agreed.
At the very least, he's not going to be able to get anybody to pay for it. I don't know. He's not going to get us to pay for it. The wall's not going to get built. So, after however long, is that where they... Yeah, right. A stanchion, one of those deals.
But can we think of other promises, like concrete things he's said? Because I'm
That he was
actually
gonna put
struggling.
Hillary in jail.
Hillary in jail.
Okay.
When that doesn't
That's
happen...
not gonna happen.
And that's what people are banking on. They're banking on her going to jail.
But will they care once their guy's in the White House?
Yeah, because they're voting. I mean, it's these fucking Tea Party assholes. They vote for these sort of out there goddamn promises. People who start talking the same nonsense and fucking babble that they've been spewing to, their 9/11, conspiracies and all this. I mean, they've now got a legislature, a large amount of the legislature, and potentially the president of the United States who listen to their fucking garbage. And now I'm getting a little fired. I'm shot off a cannon. Yeah. I mean, they do see. Unlike us, who don't necessarily would think, well, like I thought Barack Obama was going to close Guantanamo Bay in his first term.
Agreed.
And
Yes,
that was my big.
That's a good point.
And
actually.
he didn't, and and that pissed me off. But I was like, well, he's still better than McCain or Romney or whoever, and again, better than that, like far beyond what people will disagree with me, but not anybody in this room, but Obama's far superior candidate to anybody we have running this year. But we let it go. But those crazy bastards aren't going to let it go.
You don't think?
I don't think so.
I feel like I think that Trump supporters definitely talk a big game, but I think that they're going to be satisfied that Trump is better than, any establishment candidate.
In 2010, they turned over Congress, and they weren't able. They were able to block some shit. But they weren't able to do.
Really, they didn't do anything.
They didn't exactly. Yeah. They didn't do anything because the president always had the veto power, and they didn't have a veto-proof majority. So they're able to blame the president that they weren't able to do anything. So if we have the wacko legislature followed by the wacko party president, and if they don't do what they promised, this might be what leads us to the next goddamn civil war. You told us you was going to get rid of them people.
It's 11:21 p.m. First mention of the next civil war.
That's pretty good.
Not bad. But yeah, so I think that's what worked against Obama is that he made so many concrete promises. Whereas, Trump has been able to just get by on making these vague promises that no one can really verify later.
He's also promised to get rid of Obamacare.
Right.
Which I know it's not a term you like.
That's fine.
It's like, I do care.
But yeah, I mean,
Not
I
my
don't really
best.
know what he's going to be capable of doing with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I truly just don't think he understands how any of it works. I think he's going to get in there and go, oh, what?
I agree.
But who's he?
But I don't think he'll care.
Yeah, I
Right.
don't think he's not gonna go in. And
I think he's going to
be
learn
like,
about
"Oh,
executive
no."
orders, and he's going to be like, oh, fucking great.
Yeah.
But like, so here's my thing. Like, and I've said this all along. I think that he wants to be president, but I don't actually think that he wants to take any actions, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think that he actually cares about if Obamacare goes away. It's not impacting him.
Yeah.
You know, I don't actually think he cares if a wall's going up. Like, he's gotten away pretty well of, like, running his business, like, the way he wants and, like, you know, skirting the system. Like, he's actually doing very well for himself, all things considered. So I don't actually think that he cares what he does once he's in there.
Not to say nothing of immigration, right?
Yeah.
Like Charlie said, we might deport even more than Barack Obama.
Yeah, I mean, you have somebody who's, you know.
He will
But, like,
deport
will
Barack
he?
Obama, though.
Right, because he wasn't born here.
Well, yeah, Hawaii's a foreign country.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
all the way
he's
over
going
there.
to ban Muslims.
But is he? Or
Well-
was this just something he
that's a
said
promise.
to
I'm
get
just-
people to,
Right. Yeah.
you know?
Any concrete promise.
Yeah.
Right.
Here we go. 76 from the Washington Post. 76 Donald Trump campaign promises.
There we go.
All right.
Build a wall along the southern border that Mexico will pay for. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. One promise, build the wall. Promise 2, make Mexico pay for the wall. Promise 3, if I become president, we're all going to be saying Merry Christmas again.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Why wasn't that number 1?
Number 4, get
I
rid
haven't
of
heard that one.
get rid of Common Core because it's a disaster and a very bad thing. Number 5, the Environmental Protection Agency might also disappear.
Is that how he put it?
Yeah, yes.
That sounds so
Get rid of
mobsterish.
Obamacare and
disappear.
replace it with
Gonna
something.
sleep with the fishes.
Yeah.
Get rid of Obamacare and replace it with something terrific.
Margaret, they'd probably just like it. Those
That
gay
is
people.
that is so much better, so much better, so much better. I think that was actually a Pittsburgh. That was a line from Pittsburgh, I think.
He's
Not
gonna bring back Paterno.
Joe Paterno.
Yes.
We're going to build a wall, and Joe Paterno's going to pay for it. Knock down regulatory walls between states for health insurance, making plans available nationally instead of regionally. Rebuild the country's aging infrastructure, especially bridges and airports that look like they belong in a third world country.
He did say that in Pittsburgh.
Yes. For 1/3 of what the United States is currently paying for such projects. So he's going to do more work for less money. And I believe Republicans were against stimulus package, if I'm remembering my history. Save Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security without cutting benefits. Defund Planned Parenthood. I think he's got a Congress that wants to do that. He will take care of women, and he has great respect for women. He cherishes women. He will take care of women. He'll take care of you, all right. Frequently use the term radical Islamic terrorism. He's going to bring that back. Temporarily ban most foreign Muslims from entering the United States. Bar Syrian refugees from entering the country and kick out any who are already living here. Heavily surveil mosques. Create a database of Syrian refugees. Never take a vacation while serving as president.
Oh wow,
That's prosecute Hillary Clinton. Make medical marijuana widely available to patients and allow states to decide if they want to fully legalize pot or not.
That's the first thing I agree with him on this list.
Stop spending money on space exploration until the United States can fix its potholes.
You know, a lot of people agree with him on that.
Yes. Pick Supreme Court justices who are really great legal scholars.
Oh, wow.
Ensure that Iowa continues to host the nation's first presidential nominating contest. Okay, I think we're getting a little far down the list. Oh yeah, don't forget he loves the Putin bromance. Allow Russia to deal with the Islamic State in Syria. Be unpredictable.
That was a promise?
That was a promise.
I'll be unpredictable.
No one can touch us because he's so unpredictable.
He's going to bomb the shit out of ISIS and the oil fields. Target and kill relatives of terrorists. Shut down parts of the internet so the Islamic State terrorists cannot use it to recruit American children.
This is like just going through the past few months. Like each day, I'm remembering these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty soon we're going to get to waterboarding.
Bring back waterboarding, you son of a bitch. Look at you.
Whoa, nice.
Leave troops in Afghanistan because it's such a mess. Find an out clause in the Iran deal and then totally renegotiate the whole thing.
Can I just interject here?
Yeah.
So, if everyone recalls, I interviewed a torture expert a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
And one of the craziest things that she said was that even world leaders who do torture never ever ever say that torture is a good idea. It's like an unwritten rule that you don't say, I'm going to do this, and you don't say that it is effective.
Right, you say it's like a necessary evil or whatever.
Yeah,
or...
but she was just shocked that this is one person who says, I'm going to bring back torture. And sometimes I think we should do it worse than we have in the past. And it works. She was just amazed that anyone had ever said that.
He's smart. He is smart.
Oh, wait. Go back.
Go back to
There's
the
a
promises.
very important promise.
I promise I will never be in a bicycle race. That I can tell you.
You're not reading that for
yes,
real.
I am.
What?
This promise is connected to criticism of John Kerry, who was injured while riding a bicycle amid the Iran negotiations. Refused to call...
What does Ryan have to say about this? Let's get Ryan on the phone.
Also, wasn't that a West Wing episode?
Maybe.
The president got injured in a bicycle accident? And yes, that was a West Wing episode.
Refused to call Iran's leader by his preferred title. I guarantee you I will never be calling him the supreme leader. I'll say, hey, baby, how you doing?
No!
I'll never call him supreme leader. Negotiate the release of all U.S. prisoners held in Iran before taking office. Oppose the killing of journalists.
Oh, that's nice.
I hate some of these people, but I hate some of these people, but I would never kill them. Find great generals like the next General Patton or MacArthur, and do not allow them to go onto television news shows to explain their military strategy. I don't want my generals being interviewed. I want my generals kicking ass. Drop the dirty, rotten traitor Bo Bergdahl out of an airplane into desolate Afghanistan without a parachute.
Yeah. In my day... What did he say? Deserters were shot.
Were shot. Yep. Yep.
Fired the corrupt and incompetent leaders of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Invest more heavily in programs that help military veterans transition back to civilian life. Obama urges homeowners to switch to a 15-year fixed mortgage. Oh, wait, that's an ad. It's a pop-up. Bring back jobs from China. I'll be the greatest jobs president.
That God ever created.
Students at Wofford College in South Carolina, where Trump attended a town hall, will all have jobs at graduation. Aggressively challenge China's power in the world by declaring the country a currency manipulator. Rather than throw the Chinese president a state dinner, buy him a McDonald's hamburger and say, we've got to get down to work. Replace free trade with fair trade. Put billionaire hedge fund manager Carl Icahn in charge of trade negotiations with China and Japan. Where'd Margaret go? Anyway, it's just a lot of nonsense here.
So, Charlie, in all honesty, since I can't see these, I just hear them in your voice, and I think you're making them up.
No, it's
literally 25% of them.
No, Washington Post.
And then there's pictures of him going like...
But really, the hey baby...
Hey baby,
how you doing? Let's get down to business.
Really?
Yeah.
That's also how he's going to address women in the future.
Well, that's how he already addresses women.
Oh, right. You're correct. Yeah.
Oh,
that pizza almost...
Yeah. Thought somebody walked in.
It's Bob.
So where are we standing? Any new announcements on the polls?
No.
Anyone want to call in, listeners?
Ryan Dito. Any Ryan Ditos out there?
Any Ryan Ditos want to comment on the anti-bike stance?
Where my Ryan Dito's at?
It's always good to have him.
Steven?
Pennsylvania results have slowed. Toomey's back on top of McGinty. Also, I have found out that Keith Rothfuss has declared an overwhelming victory over Aaron McClelland.
Oh. What the fuck is wrong with people? Seriously, how can...
Look in the camera.
I'm sorry.
America!
What the fuck is wrong with you? Listeners? 2 listeners? I mean, how can
you have 3 times.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
Rothfuss winning is it flies completely in the face of what we were talking about in terms of having to be like charismatic, and like it's like he just like this like dopey loser lost against this attractive lady. I don't
who had
mean
a lot to say too. She was
okay, yes, but I don't.
But I mean, she was
to-
charismatic as hell.
I don't mean to reduce her to her looks and charisma, but I mean I don't understand why.
Since you're a woman, you can do that. But under the new Trump presidency, I'm going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be able to say...
She'll be Miss McClellan.
Yes, I'll say, listen here, baby, tell me about your plans for privatization of alcohol sales. Where do you stand on Obamacare? So fucking...
So I hadn't actually been following that race, so I'm really disappointed that it's that, like,
It was
disparate.
the compelling story of two Alices that clinched
They brought it together.
Yeah. They were like, I thought there was going to be one. And then I
Yeah.
saw this other fucking Alice, and I was like,
I was
oh
like,
my God.
that's the key. You
Wait,
can't...
there's
you need two.
a mother and a daughter?
Yeah, his mother and his daughter.
I bet when the grab the pussy thing came out, he was like, my two Alices. If I even thought about somebody saying that about my Alices.
But Donald Trump,
What else are you going to do?
he'll sign your legislation, so...
What's that?
DJs.
Oh.
DJs. Real talent, so to speak.
We are the real talent.
We are the real talent.
Well,
That's
you
just-
three are at least. You've been going at it for a while.
Well,
I'm impressed. Yeah, we've been doing it for 4 hours now.
is anyone listening, Alex?
Yeah. It's not hit at 0.
Oh.
That's all we need.
We're here as long as you want us to be, people. Also, to our publisher, Vance, if he is still listening, we'll be in a little late tomorrow. I just keep looking at the map. I gotta be honest. I don't see it. I don't see.
Oh, someone's calling.
I wonder who it is. Maybe it's Dito.
Or Vance.
Hello?
Hey, it's Ryan.
Hey, Dito.
Hey, so a lot of people are starting to head out.
Really?
For the except for the diehard. A lot of politicians are still here, like all the big names, Peduto and Fitzgerald and Bruce Krause, and all of them are still glued to their phones. But a lot of people are kind of almost feels like either just too tired or maybe even throwing in the towel. This one guy I saw was talking to Councilor Ricky Burgess, and he was like, it's over, and talking about how he's going to move back to California and stuff. So it's pretty depressing if you're a Clinton supporter here.
So what are they saying over there? Are they conceding at all? I mean, let me ask you this: is anybody over there talk? Go ahead.
No, I mean no one's conceding yet, but it's just this really this like constant just guessing. I don't know how to say it. It's like watching the World Series in the ninth inning, but like you're down by like 3 runs, you need like a 3-run homer or something,
Right.
Which like can happen, but it's just like it feels. That's kind of how it feels, right now, and I think a lot of people are kind of like, those fans that know the 3-run homer's not coming, and they
Right.
just, like leave early, beat traffic. A lot of people are really starting to do that, and it's still really close, in PA, but I don't know if you guys have been following the numbers,
Yeah.
but I mean, almost all of Philadelphia has, been reported, so there's not really a lot of traditional, Democratic votes, out there, because I think like Lawrence County hasn't reported, but that's
They've reported. Believe me.
Hey, Ryan, was there a specific announcement that kind of catalyzed people starting to give up or leave?
I mean, when they announced North Carolina for Trump, like the place was pretty silent, and then I would say after that moment, it did start to slowly trickle out. It wasn't like everyone like left, but that was kind of a moment that people, just started. I saw a few, people with their face in their hands, and I saw a guy just going, mouthing like, "Why?" Like, "Oh, please," kind of, coming from his expression, and it just seems pretty dire right now in terms of
Are people looking at the map, Ryan? I mean, you're over there. Are people? You think people are looking? Excuse me. You think people are looking at the map and having a difficulty at this point seeing a path for Clinton? The way some of the votes are coming down right now. I mean, Wisconsin, Michigan, they're all sort of starting to come. And I mean, if Pennsylvania, and we'll say this: if Pennsylvania goes, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. That's I'm prepared to say that right now.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, she has to win this, and she really has to win Michigan or Wisconsin.
Yeah, she needs one. She could get by with one or the other.
Yeah.
If she still wins,
she has to win 2 of those 3, Rust Belt states, I guess you'd call them.
Yeah.
And as it's clear, and I think, but the Rust Belt hasn't really turned out for her. She lost Ohio. She got Illinois, but her home state. So, yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like she's going to need to win Pennsylvania somehow, Michigan or Wisconsin, and probably also Nevada.
Right. Maybe. Well, no, and I'm looking here, I think she. So, if I give her Wisconsin and I give her Iowa, although that one is less in doubt than it was earlier, or is more in doubt than it was earlier. Nevada, I'm still seeing her coming up about 5 short, unless she can win Arizona, or there were 5 here that I don't see. I mean, I don't.
Wait, if she gets Michigan and PA and Nevada, is that?
Oh no, if she gets Michigan, well, yeah, even then.
One of the 2. I mean, one of the 3. Is she short?
Oh. No, if she gets Michigan and Nevada, she wins, and Pennsylvania.
Well, and PA.
And PA, right?
That's what I'm saying is that she's got to get 2 of these 3 Rust Belts.
Yeah.
And Nevada.
Right.
And that is not looking like very easy at all. And I think a lot of people are kind of, noticing that and maybe just calling it a night and hoping to wake up to the news tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah. But it's definitely there. I will say at the beginning of the night there was an ease of people. They were getting food, they were getting drinks. People were smiling, talking about turnout, all this stuff, and it's quickly changed. Not quickly, obviously. It's been hours.
Yeah. Fox News is projecting a Trump win in Wisconsin.
Yeah, they might be able to give up Wisconsin. Wisconsin kind of. Yeah, I could see how it would have gone, to Trump. It's mostly white.
That is correct. As a former resident of Wisconsin, it is mostly white.
Mostly. And,
oh, geez.
Michigan's got a bigger city as well as a bigger urban population than Wisconsin does.
Right, and I think that there are still quite a few votes out in Michigan. So it's
yeah, but it's looking like I don't know if those votes are there in PA. I mean, maybe I think like Lehigh County still has like 50%, and there's a big Latino population there. But I don't know if that's I don't know. We'll see.
Alrighty, Ryan. So what are your plans? Going forward there?
Well, I'm going to stick around a little longer, but my phone is about to die, so I might have to, I don't know, try to email or something, kind of see what happens with I think Pennsylvania seems like it's going to be called soon, but I think at that point...
You think it'll be called for Trump?
No, I just think, like, the votes are almost in.
Oh, yeah.
Like 88% or something like that, so...
88.2% right now.
Yeah.
And Trump has a narrow lead.
Yeah.
Like 11,000.
Yeah, really, really, really small. But,
well, Ryan, if you want to come in, we're still here.
Okay.
Yeah, Allegheny County is at 97% now. Of course, that doesn't matter if it's not Pittsburgh. So.
Yeah. Well, I might ride home and then maybe I can plug in my phone. But I think I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna stick around a little longer and see what happens.
All right, Ryan. Well, don't do anything rash. I wish I could say we'll get through this, but I don't know how.
Yeah, I might just ride my bike into the Mon.
No, don't do that, Ryan. Please.
Ryan, I hate to remind you, but Trump did make a promise never to participate in a bike race. We were just reading some of
Oh,
his
it's true.
campaign promises, and
Oh,
I knew that would sting for you.
Yeah, that was it. That was really, the turning point for me.
Ryan, would you say that was your why moment of this election?
Cheering, hold on.
Wait, cheering.
I'm hearing cheering.
All right.
But I feel like there's been faux cheering a lot.
Bill Peduto might be doing a keg stand.
I hope.
Oh man,
CNN projection. Hillary Clinton has won Washington. Although I already had her knocked.
Yeah.
I already
Big
locked in
whoop.
for Washington.
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what she just won. I guess.
If they're watching CNN, they just announced she won Washington.
Oh yeah, what you friggin' do? Everyone knew that was happening.
Yeah. Thank you.
But yeah, it is actually starting to really dwindle down. It was packed, and now it's about. You got some people you got about half the tables full, and then a few people standing. But yeah, looks like it's shrinking.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think that's what's happening, and then anything crazy happens, I'll try to.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Ryan. Thanks for the good work today.
All right.
Thanks.
See you guys tomorrow.
All right, bye. So, looking at some, Fox is of course, Fox is calling, making a projection for Trump in Wisconsin and Iowa. That's showing him at 254. I mean, so if Pennsylvania falls to Trump, the election's over. I mean, that's just.
Where are we at now in Pennsylvania?
We are at. Wait, that's Lehigh County. Sorry. We're at 88% still. We've got Clinton still behind. Last reported vote still behind by about 11,000 votes. United States Senator Katie McGinty has also now fallen behind. 12,000 votes. So it's this is like I keep waiting to wake up and like, oh hey, it's time to go to work.
Yeah.
Election day.
They did it all in one night.
So where did we go wrong, do you think?
That is
Well, we were talking about that before, so it could be Comey in the FBI. Jill Steiner, Field the Johnson. It's less funny
Big
every
Johnson.
time.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, certainly as part of the exit data, I'm sure they asked about the late FBI announcement, and I guarantee you that fucking played in the Midwest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so. I mean, we're talking earlier about bubbles. It's like people in this country really do not care about things like sexual assault, and it's like when we live in this world where that kind of thing is a very big deal, and that is not a big deal for apparently a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like, and some the email thing. Obviously I've been trash talking Clinton for a long time. But that is one thing I do not care about. And, I cannot understand, the girls that we heard in the interview earlier. It's like, well, the emails. And it's just like, what? You don't even understand what that means.
So when I was on my way to my final polling location, I meant to bring this up earlier. There was a guy on the P1 who was screaming on the phone. He was obviously talking to a friend. And he was talking about the fact that his friend's new wife, in his opinion, was hideous. He went on and on about this, at high volume. And the entire time, I kept thinking, oh, I'm glad that, we're going to send a message today that men like you, who only value women based on, your judgment of their appearance, men like you will not be tolerated. I really thought we were going to send that message. Everyone else on the bus was telling him, be quiet and everything like that. And I was just like, yeah, we're sending a message, right? That this kind of behavior is not acceptable. And then this is what we're dealing with right now.
It's very discouraging.
Yeah. We were having fun a little bit ago.
Yeah.
And then Ryan Dito called.
I know. Yeah, Ryan really expressed a true, deep sadness.
Yeah, he did. And that's, I kid Ryan and I yell at Ryan and I make fun of Ryan and
As we all do.
As we all do. But Ryan he takes his stuff to heart. Like, I think we all do to a certain level. And it's just, again, he's also, I think, he's just, I feel bad for folks like Ryan who, they're young folks, the young guys or young women who sort of see this is your welcome to the real fucking world kick in the face. It's like this is how the world works. It's
to me it feels like right now that voters were never given a chance between a candidate who voices those kinds of racist, sexist opinions and a candidate who doesn't. Mm-hmm. They were only given candidates who, hid all of those things under the rug, and you had the choice whether to, agree with them on other things.
Yeah.
So maybe you always thought the Democrats had, the same sexist, racist views as you, because they never voiced it. So you didn't have to make a choice along those lines.
Right.
Now they've been given the option to vote for someone who holds their sexist and racist ideals, close. So they took the opportunity to do that. I've been living in a world my whole entire life where I wanted to believe that people weren't that bad. But when given the option, apparently a lot of people are choosing the worst of what you can believe.
Well, here's what I'll say. I'll kind of go back to what Margaret was saying earlier about Clinton and how this was just sort of, the Democratic Party made a choice to get involved in this race when Bernie Sanders started, and I don't know that that would have made a difference. I don't know if there hadn't been interference, if that would have made a difference. But maybe, and I don't necessarily believe in karma or anything like that, but there's something to be said that when you interfere with a process, and this is not the best process probably by any means. The Electoral College is a way to pick a president or whatever. But when you start to fuck with a process that's been in place for forever, it just you almost get what you ask, or you almost ask for this when you decided, okay, the system is too fair. Let me see what I can do to kind of dick it up a little bit. And so this is where we are. We're left with the Democratic machine's choice for president, and she's probably going to lose.
Yeah.
She's probably going to lose. And again, I'll be, Johnny hypocrite, pretend I didn't say a word if she somehow pulls out Michigan. Because as Ryan said, I don't no. Yeah, Michigan. Yeah. I think at this point too, I think Michigan gives Trump the win.
Well, I don't know. I think what Margaret said before, just about projecting. I think if he's really able to win, like it's looking like he's going to, it's because people could see what they wanted to see in him, because he was so vague. It was all about personality. The things that he said and went back on, he didn't apologize, but he would just say something else, and it's just like that mixed with blind antagonism of Hillary. Just
I also think that as many problems as Hillary has as a candidate that she's responsible for in some way, people can project, people who hate her, which is a lot of people really, really don't like her, and that's been the case for decades. But you can project anything you don't like onto her as well. And more so than I think you could say the same for Trump as far as things you don't like. But for Hillary, I think it is easier to project things you don't like onto her. And then there's, the sexism is also a very real thing that we haven't talked about.
Yeah.
But, it's...
I was just thinking that, actually. How many were just, immediately... Because we've almost gotten not actually past that, but sometimes it feels that way. And then you think, there must be so many dudes out there who wasn't ever a question.
Yeah.
What if she gets her period? She's 70 years old, but, what if she gets her period?
Yeah, men don't know how that works, so...
I just said, before I came up here, that I keep trying to not call her Hillary.
Oh, yeah, I've had that thought
we
too,
do not call the men by their first names. Yeah. I've never called Obama Barack.
Mhm.
I've never called. I mean, I didn't talk about George Bush often because I hated him so much. But like, I never, called him George. I never was like, yeah, George did this.
Well, I mean,
but we all say Hillary this, Hillary that.
I've thought about that too, and I to some extent have been conscious of trying not to do that. But I will say that people did call George. They called him W.
W.
Okay.
Okay. And I mean the fact that she's the second Clinton. I
That
think
at least,
that
yeah.
kind of like
Right.
And
okay.
also, I mean, I think that the Hillary campaign in some way embraced that
Correct.
Yeah,
as like,
it's an
hey,
H.
it's your girl, you
Right.
know?
Yes, queen.
Yeah, right. And so, but yes, I think that's a really good point.
Yeah.
Maybe she was just taking a page from the Jeb Bush book.
Jeb.
Hey, Jeb.
Jeb.
Low
I
energy
miss Jeb so much right now.
Yeah.
Low energy Jeb.
Jeb versus Bernie. Let's think about that.
The good old days.
Yeah.
I'm literally at a loss because I never thought this day would come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really.
Who are these people?
I think it's. Well, here's the thing too. Pennsylvania's 91% in, and it's Trump is up.
How the
3/10.
fuck?
I've never been more glad that I voted today, though, because I know that I'm just one vote. But if I hadn't, I would have been, punching myself forever.
Yeah.
And it's public record if you vote.
Is it?
21,000
Not who you vote for.
votes.
Right.
If you vote.
But I guess you got to look. You start looking at these states that are too close to. I mean, here's the thing we haven't talked about, but some of these states that are too close to call may not be decided tonight. I mean, I don't know.
So how many states right now are still up for grabs?
Technically, well, again, you're talking about calls that people made. Technically, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Realistically, Arizona, Nevada. There's not a lot. I mean, by my calculations, Michigan, Idaho, and Arizona are really the only in Pennsylvania are the four that I see up for grabs. So I don't see any of the others breaking any other way.
Great question.
You want to share with the rest of the
Share with the
class?
rest of the class.
We're just talking about our current viewers, the multitude, and we're just thrilled that they're all here.
Thank you for listening.
Are we alone?
No. I will
think
tell you
we're
when we're
alone.
I just want to. I know he's not listening anymore, but I want to give a special thank you to our anonymous texter.
I want to know who is watching, so please call in and we can talk to you.
Yeah.
Jess.
Yeah, Jess, please, Jess, call.
Mark Addison.
Van said he's not calling in, but we're doing a great job. And take your time coming in the morning.
Aw,
Did
thank
he?
you.
Vance should call in.
Wait.
Vance is
there's
watching
four
a
of
hockey
us.
game.
What?
Do you think it's just our significant others?
Maybe. Can you hand me my phone?
Is Christine watching?
She's crying at the moment.
Is she
just
watching
texted
us,
me.
though?
I don't think so.
Okay.
They're just all together.
Yeah. I'm sure Dave's not listening anymore.
Mm.
Thanks. Aw. Our anonymous texter is still listening.
Who is our anonymous texter?
I can't say. He said too many incriminating things.
Oh.
Just trying to ease the mood.
Evie, are you listening? Please call in. The number is 241-412-316-3381.
Yeah.
Smooth jazz on a smooth night.
All right.
To make the medicine go down. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, DJs.
Dave, call in. Dave says he's listening.
Damn it! That's one of our viewers.
Anonymous texter, please call in. It's the number again. You can see it on the screen, but it's 412-316-3381. We were waiting.
She's good.
I was about to say that's actually not the letter or not the number because I thought it was our number.
Oh.
316-3381.
Lynn Cullen, if you're listening, we're not cleaning the studio. when you come in tomorrow.
We do need some Lynn Cullen in our life right now.
No.
I heard that
we
she's.
don't.
Well, never mind.
She's probably in a bad way right now.
Yeah.
CNN's headline is Cliffhanger. Trump wins Georgia and Florida. Clinton wins California, Oregon, and Washington. These are not new facts. Let's see what the brash swashbucklers over at Fox News are saying.
We're all looking at our phones right now, waiting for you to call in. I'm
just trying to verify that this is real.
I've
like
already-
that.
Yeah.
Like I'm. You know.
I don't-
Call in. Talk about how you're sad or how
I'm just
happy
going to
you
read
are.
some people's Facebook
Okay.
posts right now.
That's a great idea.
Regardless of the final outcome tonight, something is very clear. Hatred, racism, sexism, and ignorance are alive and thriving in the United States. This is my friend Brett, who lives on the West Coast.
Oh, we have a call.
Oh.
All right, I'm about to take it. Hello?
Hi, is this a podcast?
Yes, it is.
Hi.
Who's this?
Who is it? Who is this caller?
This is Lizzie and Craig from Pittsburgh.
Hi there.
Thanks for calling in.
We're really upset about what's happening.
Yeah.
I can tell you, it is real. It is happening.
It does seem to be happening right now.
This is happening.
Yeah, you guys are looking at the map too, like the rest of us, right? You don't. We're just sort of not verbalizing it at this point, but it really does appear to be over, doesn't it?
It's done. Someone on CNN finally said that, the race is not going exactly how we planned.
Right.
So I feel like once the CNN reporters say it, it's really true.
I do feel bad for the stage builders who have to take down Hillary's stage tomorrow.
It was a really good stage. It was in the shape of America.
Oh, I feel bad too now. For that.
I had no idea.
Do you have anything uplifting?
Yeah.
Any optimism?
Any optimism?
So what do you do as it sounds like Clinton supporters? What do you do tomorrow? Do you accept the results and try and work together, or do we say fuck this and?
Well, I teach third grade, so I'm sort of in a pickle.
Well, don't say fuck this then to the third
Yeah, I
graders.
didn't say fuck this. So I kind of just.
I don't, so I can't say that.
I kind of just have to tell my kids that, no matter what, they have to respect the president. It's really hard to say that.
Wow.
But I feel like that's sort of the message that I'm going to have to go across, especially if I don't want to get fired.
Right.
So, yeah, we just wanted to call in to talk because we were watching this podcast, and there is just one editor that we absolutely adore.
Oh, thanks,
Margaret.
It's
I know
me.
it's you.
It's
All of her
Rebecca.
pieces.
We adore her too, as well.
We just think she's so talented.
Oh, nobody adores me. Thanks.
You can't get a caller to call in and say they adore you, Margaret. My wife isn't even listening, so.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for calling, guys. We really appreciate it. Thanks for calling in to commiserate with us.
All right, well, keep your chins up. Maybe it will turn around.
You never know.
You never know. Bye.
All right, thanks
Thank
for
you.
calling.
Bye.
Bye.
Margaret, we all appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
But do you have like 2 super fans who just called in?
Well, I thought I did, but I don't apparently.
Aren't there enough divisive contests going on tonight? I think that was interesting. I mean, I think that was.
Yeah.
Wait, what did they say? I couldn't hear.
Oh yeah. Well, basically,
she's a teacher.
She's a teacher, and she's gonna go to school tomorrow and tell her third graders that we have to respect the president, despite the fact that he's the most horrible, disgusting, perhaps depraved individual that I've ever seen. That's an opinion, folks. That opinion is my opinion, and
Oh, yeah. I
not
should've-
necessarily reflective of the paper.
The only humor I can find in this is that today I sent an email to Margaret and Charlie asking if we needed to be unbiased. And
Right.
I was laughed out of the room,
Yes.
metaphorically.
So here's something that we can talk about. I don't know how many times in tomorrow's paper it will basically say,
"Oh fuck,"
that Hillary Clinton. I wrote it a couple times and said, well, not definitively, but I said, by this point, I have no reason to believe that Hillary Clinton won't be the next president of the United States. And I didn't write it out. No, yeah, but it was very much. I'm trying to think which piece it was. Oh, it was my column on power couples that I hope will run in 4 years. It's kind of a tongue in cheek, but and then some.
But isn't that more relevant, I guess, if Hillary loses? Because then maybe we will see a spoiler alert,
right?
Bill Peduto, Darlene Harris ticket in the 2020 election.
Pick up your cover tomorrow. It's going to be a collector's item. But then also I wanted to, throw some props on some people who are actually doing some really good work progressively in the state and in the area. But
yeah, I mean, I think we just need to, for real, start thinking about how, what kind of activism needs to happen now. Yeah. And I worry that, I feel like, we were talking about earlier, I think better activism could happen under Clinton. Because with Trump, it's just going to be damage control, and so making progress is going to be really difficult. But, someone I interviewed the other day said, well, there was a lot of good music under Reagan and Thatcher. And, Trump's no Reagan, I guess. But
I did think about that, too, that some of Bush-era music is pretty good, too.
Yeah. Well, I'll have an interview with Ted Leo in next week's issue, but I was talking to him the other day, and he was talking about how it's actually, it seems like writing music about what's going on politically is almost, it's difficult because it's so stupid and it's so obvious. And it's it's the equivalent of Alec Baldwin doing a Trump impersonation and, basically reenacting the debate and not making any new jokes, just presenting the ridiculousness of what it is. So at the same time, it doesn't feel like artists are going to be energized the way that they were during the Bush years.
And also because Bush came out of this complacency with Clinton, I think. And they were just wait, we could be pissed off again?
Yeah.
There's wars again we can get mad about?
Yeah, that could happen now, but
oh, God, yeah.
It's just exhausting.
We thought 2 wars was a lot.
I'm going to have lots of wars. That's not funny. No, but it's kind of what we're looking at.
But Trump's like an isolationist. Do you really think he's going to be...
I think he's gonna see anybody who tries to piss on his power or he's the typical don't cross over that line guy. It's just he can be fucking set off by anything. I'm gonna throw up. I seriously might throw up.
Did Pennsylvania just...
No, Pennsylvania's still open. Michigan is tightening. It's about 40,000 votes, 35,000 votes. But it looks like the precincts in the open places in Michigan may be blue-leaning place. So who knows? I guess we'll see. That's still And again, we still have to figure out. And currently, Donald Trump is winning Pennsylvania.
Are there any races right now that we can look at
any racist right now? Donald Trump.
Races right now that we can look at that will give us some hope.
I don't think so.
The Attorney General's
Is Toomey
race.
over? Is Shapiro? Did he win?
Yeah.
Democrat Joseph Torsella will be your new state treasurer.
Yippee.
Eugene D. Pasquale will come back to office as your auditor general. And let me tell you something. That's probably maybe not in 4 years, although I don't think Wolf goes uncontested into the governor's race.
Yeah.
But Eugene D. Pasquale is a guy I think who can make a serious run because a candidate who's run statewide is usually the best guy to go into a governor's race. And I think that Eugene D. Pasquale has really made a positive name for himself. I think he's a guy, if not in 4, then in 8 years, I think you're going to see him make a run for the governor's office. Joshua Shapiro is beating John Rafferty Jr. 51, almost 52% to 48%, about 200,000 votes there. And again, we're about 91% of the votes coming in.
And what was the Toomey McGinty?
Toomey McGinty. Toomey is about 40,000-ish votes ahead, I think. Yeah, and again, we're at 91%, I think, of the percent of the votes counted. But I'll say this: Pennsylvania is one of those places where usually it's set well before we get all the results, because some of those smaller rural polling places can take a while.
Yeah.
So, what do you say we take a break?
Sure.
Regroup.
Yeah.
Make plans for how we proceed
All right.
from here. So.
With our lives.
Yes, with our lives. At least the rest of our nights.
All right. I'm going to play the Jazz Amazing Grace.
Hit it.
We need some of that.
Absolutely.
I think I might get religious.
All right, we have a caller.
Hey, Alex, it's Mark. How's it going?
Hey, Mark.
Oh, Mark. Hello, Mark. How are you today?
I'm not feeling all that great, to be honest. 2 countries I've lived in, and now they both fucked up elections.
It's your fault, you asshole.
It's not my fault. I didn't even do that.
This is Mark Addison, husband of news editor Rebecca Addison, calling in. So actually, we were talking about what we were going to maybe talk about here and wrap up here is kind of how Alex brought up, how we move forward and what we do to basically numb ourselves to the bullshit that we're going to incur for the next 4 years. Because I'll say for those, as I'm looking at the map here, best case scenario, Clinton wins Pennsylvania, Clinton wins Michigan. Those are not locks. I don't think she wins Arizona. So it's really going to come down to Arizona, and I think that goes Trump. And so, barring a miracle at this point, I think that, I think that President Trump is going to be a reality. This is so Mark is like myself and some other. Mark is a gamer, and we were just talking about that. Are video games something you do, Mark, or you play to sort of? You think there are enough video games out there that you can sort of play in a fantasy world for the next 4 years?
Well, I mean, I've been racking up plenty of kills on the Division trying to save New York, but I don't think I can save the country right now. I don't know, guys. I think we got to stay a little bit positive and don't get too doom and gloomy about this, to be honest with you. I know it sucks, and the only thing we can do is people like yourselves can keep writing and talking about great news and the issues and educating people, and maybe they don't make this mistake again. It can't get any worse, is what I'm trying to say. Really.
Well, I hope that you're right, but maybe I don't know. I mean, there's a need to be constructive going forward, but I think there's also a need to get really fucking angry at our country for just as think about how mad they were at us when Obama got elected.
Yeah.
And you think, well, what good is that? And people talk that, well, this is what it does. This is they're in their minds. I think a lot of the minds of people who voted for Trump, they say whatever you want about Clinton. One of the biggest things is she's not a Democrat. Not that she's not Obama, that she's not a Democrat. And I think that a lot of them voted for that, and out of anger and fear and whatever else. So I think progressives need to get that angry and try and turn it into hopefully something more constructive than Donald Trump. But
and also, Mark, that was a really nice, optimistic thing that you said. But I have to say, right in this moment, I kind of want to wallow in the shit for a second and say, they weren't reading city paper,
right?
Or maybe they were. I mean, but it just feels like the people weren't being reached by the sort of context. They were reading sites that were built in Macedonia, right? It has Charlie, you have news or something?
No, it's just, they have these different shades of colors for the different states, and Pennsylvania has been light blue all night. It's now light red. So, yeah.
Well, you touched on it a little bit earlier on, and I think that it's kind of like a good point to bring up, is that Obama wasn't able to get in all the stuff he wanted to get in, because people made it extremely difficult for him to get that stuff done. So we've just got to make it extremely difficult, get onto the representatives that represent us, and get what we want done, and to block Trump as much as we possibly can going forward.
Right, and that's what I mean. The House is going to stay Republican. In Louisiana, I think were you and I, or maybe Margaret and I, were talking about Louisiana politics because I used to work in Louisiana, and they have this jacked up thing. If no candidate wins 50%, they have a runoff on a Saturday in December, and that's what. So, Louisiana is going to be going to a runoff. So, with the Republican leading there for the Senate. There'll be a runoff between the top two guys, a Republican named John Kennedy and a Democrat named Foster Campbell. You'd think that'd go the other way around, but
blasphemy.
So that's one that's gonna hang in the balance until December. Pennsylvania, Pat Toomey's in the lead right now, but there may still be enough votes out there to keep that one in question.
And Rothfuss won.
Rothfuss won in the House to help keep the House red. So it's it's still up in the air whether we're going to see whether we can get to 51 seats in the Senate. But that's honestly at that point, that's what we should be trying to figure out is how do we get to 51 in the Senate, even though. Or I don't think, like I said, I don't think there's a path to the White House unless I'm completely wrong. So, well, Mark, thanks for calling in.
Thanks for calling, man.
You really brought it. You really. We're probably gonna be wrapping up soon. If you want to come on down and
Make
have
yourself a cup of tea. All right, it'll make you.
Oh, you English and your tea and your crumpets and what have not.
They've already been through some bad stuff, so they know where we're coming from right now.
And start booking travel arrangements to maybe Canada or Mexico. I hear that there's going to be some jobs opening.
Yeah, I think you're right. All right, Mark Addison.
Okay, thanks for your time. Have a good one.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
I'm sorry to ask this.
Yeah.
But what was the optimistic thing that Mark said since I didn't have headphones?
He said, write more, challenge more, encourage our the people we still have in Congress to block Trump as much as they can.
Yeah.
But
Call your congressperson.
I also just had the most, I don't even know if I should say this, the most depressing thought is that thing that came out this week about what his cabinet would look like.
I didn't see that. What would it look like?
Giuliani, Reince Priebus. I can't remember the other one. But even just remembering that means Mike Pence will be there.
Yeah, Mike Pence. It's like having Ted Cruz and Trump on the same ticket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they got what they wanted. Republicans got what they wanted. They got Cruz and Trump. They got their one and their two. Only its name is Mike Pence.
It's like a Cruz that they like more.
Yeah.
So yeah, you were saying I think hiding in the fantasy world for 4 years and pretending none of this is happening.
just meant like tonight and tomorrow, but yeah.
Oh no!
No, for 4 years.
Yeah. So I told this to my wife yesterday, and I'm going to announce it right here, right now. If in 4 years Keith Rothfuss is still in office, I'm going to take a leave of absence from City Paper and run against him. 4 years.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
So, yeah.
You're listening, Keith?
I'm coming for you, Keith.
Yeah. You need a couple of outlets yourself.
Of course, I'm just joking. I would never quit my job and just to enter politics. So
you're on camera.
There's a camera. Well, if a guy doesn't call your newspaper for every year for the 6 years he's been in office, I think.
How does he get it? Like you get away with not doing shit.
Yeah.
And still getting.
He votes. I mean, this is a guy who votes against Hurricane Sandy relief, who votes against the Violence Against Women Act, and. But these are the kind of politicians that we're putting in office. This is what I just don't get. I mean, they can say it's that it's poor sport or whatever, but I'm not upset because Donald Trump's going to. Let me say this. No, I am upset that Donald Trump's going to, be horrible at foreign policy and the rich are going to get richer. Of course, I hate those things and I don't want those things. But it's the stuff that, he ran, the people who backed him, that a lot of them backed him because of. I mean, the man received an endorsement from the fucking official newspaper of the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, it's that stuff. That's the stuff. That's the stuff that worries me. That's the stuff that I worry about us. We're really regressing on is our social issues. And yeah, no, we haven't talked about this since earlier, but the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to have Scalia Part 2.
Yeah, I'm really scared about, abortion rights and race relations and police brutality.
Yeah.
The law and order candidate.
The stop and frisk candidate.
Yeah.
The orange-faced fucking asshole candidate.
I mean, we all knew that, 8 years of Obama really made some people go mental.
That's
right?
true.
But
we had a check-in. We had a check-in. We had an intermission.
We did.
Where people could have
flipped the other way, right?
And it wasn't close.
It wasn't at all. Which made me think, like, sure, I think they've gone mental, right? Like, it was too much for them to have a black man as president. Like, we're all good if we're relegated to, just, being poor. But the minute one of us takes power, it's scary for them. But I really thought that maybe they'd gotten over it after 8 years.
That's the thing. It's like, because, there's plenty of things not to like about Obama because he is a president, and part of being president is doing terrible things and having blood on your hands. Yeah. But like, he really wasn't like that. I don't understand how you can hate him that much.
Well,
like, I mean, it's like a common thing for conservatives to say that he's the worst president that we've ever had.
I mean, what's one thing that, like, conservative people, like, love more than anything is, like, taking down terrorists.
Yeah.
Like, what did Obama do?
Yeah.
Like, he took down Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. Well, I think they resent him for that.
Well, yeah, and
I agree.
It was just like Barack Hussein Obama. They
I know.
love the full name, his face,
but what I'm saying is,
family, everything about it. They just look and be like, what?
Yeah. But I mean, when presented with, like, something concrete, right? Like, that he is, like, addressing your concerns about terrorists. He took care of that, right? Like, he addressed part of that. Like, when faced with something concrete like that, they couldn't appreciate.
Well, it's also funny because that's also right around, that was 2011 that
right.
Bin Laden was killed, and next 2 years is when ISIS starts. So they just, we have a new thing. We're going to worry about that now.
Yep.
Here's an item posted by NBC's Chuck Todd, which is probably, I think we all probably are either gather at this point. And of course, I've been staring at the map all night, so it obviously makes sense. As results come in from states with large rural populations, all indications seem to be that Donald Trump supports among rural precincts across the nation has bolstered his lead. Basically, that silent Trump vote that we talked about, that we kind of like the silent Obama vote that was out there. Folks who didn't tell their white country club buddies that they were voting for a black president. It's.
That's so unbelievable to me because, like we talked about, everybody is willing to, be like identify with who they're voting for. Like make that part of their like online identity.
Yeah, but I think that there's a. If you're someone in a, if there are. I don't want to say. Well, no, I agree with the basket of deplorables. If you're in the basket of deplorables, you want everybody to know that you're voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But I think there are people who are, maybe they're the sort of the corporate Republicans, the traditional Republicans that I thought were going to go to Clinton because they weren't going to make a choice like this. They weren't going to, vote for a guy that was going to destroy their party, and and was just saying all these crazy things and was going to take any kind of respect that the party had. We're going to take it away, and but a lot of those folks obviously voted for Trump.
I just want to emphasize that Hillary Clinton ran a shitty campaign. And when people mention the basket of deplorables, which is one of the worst sentences that anyone has ever said.
Like, even if you were going to insult them like that.
That is a shitty insult.
Yeah, it's not a good one.
It's like...
you would cut it from an article.
Exactly. It's just... her campaign was all over the place. She didn't know because she has no real political identity. So she couldn't really inspire anyone because, she inspired some people obviously, but she was not a very inspirational candidate because she had no core, she's all over the place. She had no core that people could latch onto. And it's just completely frustrating because think of how many other Democrats could have beat Trump.
Yeah. There were. Yeah, I think honestly at this point, I think even a far left candidate who could have ignited the base even a little more, could have gotten more of the,
I don't know. I can't speak to how reliable it was, but there was a lot of polling that suggested that Bernie Sanders could easily beat Trump.
Right.
I was just going to say, I think maybe Bernie could have.
I think Bernie plays in Florida. Bernie plays in it.
Well, right, because there's the disruption aspect.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the people who, because I think that there are people who voted for Trump that
That's right.
aren't necessarily horrible racist people.
Right.
That are just want to like say fuck you to people like Hillary Clinton. And I think that that's on a certain level very relatable.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, the only friends that I have who have admitted to voting for Trump or planning to did it for that reason. They just said we need to fuck everything up. They're dumb, but still.
And you have to think about, Republicans can't vote in the Democratic primary, obviously.
Yeah.
So you have to think of all those people who supported, what Bernie stands for, who, obviously could not vote for him because they're not Democrats.
Yeah, people who just wanted the outsider. I question whether or not he's actually an outsider. He's inside his own fucking thing, and and it's.
Well, yeah, he's always been inside, but also sort of aside.
Yes.
All right.
Well, yeah, I think that we've probably reached a point where things are going to trickle in. We've probably contributed as much as we can to the conversation tonight. We'll be obviously back at it tomorrow. Coverage on www.pghcitypaper.com. And we'll keep you updated and so forth.
All right.
Last thoughts? Anyone?
No.
Fuck this.
I hope that I wake up and this has all been a dream.
I'm gonna go home and play Warcraft too.
Do it. I'm gonna get deep into the World of Warcraft. Maybe like what I've been looking for to get me back into that game. To be willing to like put up money to play for hours on end. Maybe this is it. Maybe I just want to lose myself in a fake world.
Charlie, what's your coping mechanism going to be? You said video games?
Yeah, probably video games. Yeah, complaining a lot. I like to complain.
Yeah.
I like to yell about things I can't change.
I don't know. I can't turn to drinking. That's what I'm doing tonight. But maybe just not coming to work. I mean, I'll be at work.
All right.
Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us and for
we made
this experiment.
We made it 5 hours.
Wow.
We did.
Good for us. Of golden content.
Yes. Feel free to listen. Feel free
the
to
folk.
The folk.
They're really into it.
Yeah.
Download this and put it in your iPod. And listen to it.
Make sure it's a big iPod.
Yeah.
It's a long thing. All right, Charlie Deitch, Becca Addison, Margaret Welsh. I'm Alex Gordon. Thanks for listening, I guess. No, thanks for listening. Keep your chin up like Becca's friend said. Help me.